I'll just have to cut it off a little bit. Yep. Okay, we're going to get started, everyone. Good evening. Welcome to the Drake Town Council workshop of April 1st, 2025. We'll be discussing the updates to our zoning ordinance this evening, proposed updates. And I'll begin with roll call. Councillor Gass?
Present.
Councillor Robinson?
Present.
Councillor Johnson?
Here.
And I'm Councillor Chappell. I am reluctantly, we'll say, assuming the role of chair after the resignation of our longtime councillor, Dan McGuire, last week. But I'm happy to take over the reins at least until June, in which case someone else will have to take on those duties. You'll find online in the council packet some proposed updates that were presented by Planning Director Doug Webster, where we're trying to align the future land use map from the comprehensive plan with our current zoning. So, Doug, did you want to start us off, or Mike, did you?
Yeah, I'll just invite Doug to the podium. He's prepared a lengthy memo that was provided to the town council, and he'll be presenting that information today.
Great.
Thank you, Doug Webster, Planning Department. And yeah, I wrote quite a lengthy memo. Believe it or not, I did try to keep it brief. There's a lot of ground to cover, and part of my, not apprehension, that's not the right word, part of, I tried to ensure to include the relevant background information in the event that folks reading the memo may not have been involved so far. And I tried to pose some pretty pointed questions to try to, as a script, if you will, if the council is receptive to that. There's a lot of ground to cover. I don't know if you want me to, I'm happy to talk about the background. I could go on for days about the background, but that may not move us forward.
Just in the interest of the people here attending and some newer counselors, maybe just a quick overview of the context, and then we'll get into the...
Okay. Let's see. Reader's Digest. So the presidential election in 2020, the voters approved the currently adopted comprehensive plan that contained within the summary, which is posted on the website, the future land use plan, property lines, and development constraints, which are over there. Those were the three basic elements that were utilized for the purposes of drawing proposed zoning district lines. And once those lines were drawn, or concurrently really, as they were drawn, we tried to put some meat on the bone, so to speak, as to the general character, intent reflected in the title of the various districts. There was a presentation on May 14th, I think it was, of last year. Yes. And then the second draft was presented to the council on September 3rd of last year. There was some policy direction very kindly provided by the council at that point. So that those changes were made, and then we went out and held 3 workshops in this past February, one focusing on Dry Mills, one focusing on Libby Hill, and then a townwide one here. And the information, so the maps have been updated in line with the comments received from the workshops, as well as the comments that were posted on the town's website that Kyle kindly set up. And all of the summary of the comments is in the memo, and all of the comments that were posted on the website were an integral part of the council packet for tonight's workshop. So that's kind of setting the stage. Within the memo, I tried to divide out, it seemed like a logical division. There's 8 different areas or subjects, and what I tried to do in the memo, which is posted online for the packet for this workshop, was to point out the relevant background together with what was presented for the February workshops, and then the adjustments that were made, if any, and then on-point questions at the end. That was actually some of the hardest part, was how do you structure this volume of information and walk away with input. So I hope that the format is helpful.
Yes, there's a lot of work that's gone into this, Doug, and I appreciate you attempting to distill it, and I recognize that it's hard to do given all the information. Well, I know that you kind of summarized the questions you had starting on packet page 13, which is distilled from all the larger context. And those are broken down, as you said, by area of interest or location. Before I get into that, though, I think we should just have, if anyone on the council has any general questions or feedback, or before we get into these more specific. Anyone?
I just want to say, first of all, Doug, this has been a lot of work over years, and we really appreciate all that you've done. Unfortunately, it's disappointing that you're leaving, because I know you've done so much on this, and there's a lot involved. But I wanted to thank you for your time. And one thing I do ask is that as we move forward, hopefully we can still stay in contact with you to ask questions of why we did what we did, and hopefully we can still be able to reach out to you in the future for questions. But I just wanted to thank you for your time, and reading this, there's a lot that has gone into this, and, and then the work of the counselors with Dan and Ann and Chris over the years. It's hard coming in as a new counselor and trying to figure out what they did to now where we're going with this. So I appreciate you bearing with some of us new people that are here trying to figure it out. So thank you.
Very welcome. It's my job, but thank you. So, very kind.
Any other?
I don't have any general comments. No.
Okay. Well, why don't we just dive in, just given the time and all the detail we need to cover. So you start with the dry mills area, Doug, and I know that in that, I read through all the comments we received from the survey and also your summaries of the workshop. I was unable to attend due to scheduling conflict that day, but my understanding is in the dry mills area, we were hoping to add kind of a village feel to the intersection that exists at North Raymond Road, and in so doing, we have proposed zoning that as commercial, but it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the types of commercial we'd be looking to see there would be, small scale things like restaurants and smaller businesses, service industry type things. And then you've also expanded some residential spaces. So do you want to just do a quick overview beyond what I just said?
Sure, yes. And so the plan that was presented for the 3 February workshops had a larger residential area right where my hand is here, and it had a slightly smaller commercial area. This map proposes to very slightly expand the commercial area to the south, and we did not change the confines. This is the proposed residential mixed-use area. That hasn't changed. There were no comment. What comments there were about the residential mixed-use were positive. People felt as though it was a good, for those that commented, a good transition, if you will. The residential mixed use is what I call light commercial, non-residential uses that work well with the surrounding predominantly residential area. Nothing open late at night, no high. And throughout, the intention per the traffic concerns is to not have high volume non-residential uses. I think you summarized it well.
Right. And I believe there was some feedback. The reason for the expansion of the commercial district was that there was some feedback that the land south of that intersection could support commercial spaces because there's not currently a lot of development there.
Those were added. Yep.
Yeah.
Those were added in this, what I call the 4th draft
Right.
of the zoning.
Right. And then the more intensive residential spaces, which is the light yellow, you decreased so that it's just one lot back from the road. Is that right?
So so right along North Raymond Road here, And once you get out of the commercial area, I'm proposing that it go to residential mixed use. But the proposed lot size in the yellow areas are proposed to be slightly smaller. And as I attempted to point out in the memo and at the workshops, the real policy decision for the town here, and it's up to the town, of course, is whether or not you want to try to reestablish a village there. And if you do, you presumably need some surrounding residential density to have a more vibrant village. And so that's the proposal, really, is to have a small, relative, I know it looks big here, but Dry Mills is not a very big area. The proposal is to have a small commercial area with very tight access control standards, maybe even what they call a master plan. The example I like to use for a master plan is what Falmouth did at exit 53, the North Portland exit, if you will. It's in Falmouth, actually. And they put in one access directly opposite where you get on and off the turnpike, and then another entrance exit off of, forget the name of the road there, but it goes back towards Falmouth Town Hall. To me, that's a textbook example of what a master plan can accomplish. And I would like to think that if this moves forward, that it would be worth the investment to create that for the purposes of addressing the concerns that were raised during the February workshops with regards to the increased traffic and the density.
So one of the questions Doug has posed for this area that the council needs to address is whether we want to have any input on the size and extent of the proposed commercial area in this, and whether we want to continue pursuing that. So, go ahead, Ann.
Yeah, I did, excuse me, I did attend the Dry Mills workshop, and my sense is that, you know, my recollection of people's comments is that they were kind of cynical about the ability to have a village area with the traffic volume that area sees. And, you know, my perspective was MDOT has changed its policies around traffic speed, you know, and the ability to limit traffic speed in village areas. So I think we could negotiate with them around that. You know, but it did seem like there was some cautious interest, you know, in seeing that happen if we could make sure that there was, you know, bike and pedestrian safety and ability to move around, and if the businesses didn't generate such a high traffic volume that it would just, you know, completely exacerbate the amount of traffic going through that area. So, I mean, I think I'm supportive of doing that because you know, there were a number of older residents or longer-term residents who said, you know, they remembered growing up that there had been, you know, like an ice cream shop, or ice cream parlor there. I mean, that's the kind of local, you know, family-oriented, if you will, or, you know, just like local resident-oriented business that people talked about liking. In terms of the commercial area, I guess I had one question for you. Was my understanding is that area in red, that proposed commercial area, is pretty wet back in there. It has a lot of wetland. Is that right? I'm not sure exactly where those wet areas are.
Yes, there is some shoreland there, as I attempted to, I don't know if it's in this memo. This was the memo that went to the council was a little bit of a higher level, but all shoreland areas obviously need to stay shoreland. And
right.
This area where my finger is right here, that's a shoreland area. That would not be able to be utilized for commercial purposes. And there's obviously, anyone that's familiar with, there's a repair garage and there's a pretty significant valley behind that. And so those are real.
Yeah.
Those are development constraints.
Right.
And the intention would be to have the zoning in areas that realistically could support the type of non-residential use that we're proposing, the smaller, lower traffic volume type of businesses.
Thank you. And another point of clarification on the map. There's like a dotted, I think it's a blue line, and around Crystal Lake there, and there's another one around Little Sebago Lake. And that, I think, is, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding this, that's the watershed boundary?
That is the current lake district, and it is the proposed watershed overlay.
Okay, oh, okay,
So all areas that are currently zoned Lake District are proposed to be in a watershed overlay.
okay.
And this is the line right here?
Yes, that's
Yep.
correct, yeah.
Yep, it's
Okay.
the direct watershed of the great ponds in the town of Gray.
Okay. Thanks. In terms of, so are we going question by question here?
We're
Yeah.
just, right now, let's just focus on the commercial part
Yep.
of this, and then I'll move on to the other questions, yeah. Did anyone
That-
else have any comments on their thoughts around this commercial space?
My only question on the commercial space, Doug, was, is it big enough? I'm looking at this map, and we would love, I was thinking exactly an ice cream store. I'm envisioning in my mind, you're at Crystal Lake and you want to walk down to the store and get an ice cream or get a little snack or get, and maybe there's, some apartments that are around there that could use some of these services. But I'm looking at this and I know the area pretty well, and I'm sitting there thinking in my mind, can we really even do anything with this limited space? Is it realistically, or is it kind of just we're gonna do this because we're doing this? I mean, I know what we'd like to do, but I'm looking at this map going, is it even realistic that we can even, that anything could really go here with everything that's going on?
Sure, and I think as the proverbial expression goes, I think the ball's in the town's court. Right now, that's all zoned RRA and Lake District, which doesn't really allow anything. And I think all that the town can do is to contemplate zoning this commercial. Growing up, I remember driving through here, and it wasn't that big a village even back in the day, but the intention, I think, or the policy question, as I said earlier in this meeting, is there a desire to explore that? And it was made, and I intentionally made it small with a limited residential, the yellow ring around it, expecting that there were going to be, and there were, which is, of course, totally fine, concerns expressed with the increased density and the increased traffic and environmental concerns, because this is also in an aquifer area. And so those three, it struck me that the most appropriate way to approach this is to have it be fairly compact and fairly defined out of respect for the concerns that were raised this time, as well as the concerns that were voiced when the intersection was redone about 7 or 8 years ago. So, because I was here for that, and I remember the concerns expressed by people that live in the Dry Mills area.
This aquifer does not directly feed our wellheads, though, correct?
Groundwater's connected,
No, I know-
but
I know
it's a
that.
different
Yeah.
sort.
Yeah, okay,
It goes north generally.
right. Levi, did you have any?
Yeah, I like the concept, but definitely the practicality aspect of it is where I'm I think there's no harm in exploring it, but it seems like that's kind of where the concerns are for it. And I don't know necessarily where to go in that respect right now.
I'm generally supportive of it. I live up this way. I know the traffic is a bear. That's part of the problem we would need to address with the DOT. And I do think that they have vastly improved it with that intersection update that they made, as you mentioned, I don't know if it was quite that long ago, but a few years ago. But this has historically had a small village feel. There's currently residences around there that can support the types of businesses we'd like to see in the space. And honestly, there is a lot of traffic, but that having commercial spaces there would give people a reason to stop and spend their money in Gray, and that's a huge tax benefit. So I'm supportive of this commercial space, though it is small, and I mean, we're not in the habit of developing things as a town, but hopefully if we can zone it that way, the types of businesses we'd want to see would be inclined to build.
I have one more follow-up. On the red zone, I can't tell, does it, on the top, I guess it would be going west, would.
North.
Yeah, yeah, okay. So, going up 26. Where the red zone stops, where is like the Chinese restaurant? Is it in there or is it out of there?
It's probably just in.
Okay.
It's about, I don't have feet here. It's probably 1 or 2 football fields north of the Weymouth intersection.
Okay, all right, so it is in there. I just wanted to make sure that it's in there.
If it's not, that's a easy adjustment.
Okay.
I believe it is, because the Weymouth Road is there, and it's about maybe 2 lots over from the intersection with Weymouth Road, and it's in that red space. Okay, well, it seems like you have some consensus on maintaining this commercial space in
Okay.
this area. So
Perfect.
why don't we move forward with the
Thank you.
next question, which was regarding the mixed-use space, which is the
The blue.
teal, I'm going to call it teal color. So your question was, does the council endorse the proposed residential mixed-use area north of the intersection and along the south side of North Raymond Road? What about that space south of the commercial district that's also, are you wanting to know about that?
I believe I posed that question in the Libby Hill, which is the next section.
Okay, all right. So yeah, just those, the focus on the north and northwest sides of that commercial space. Can you define what rural mixed use is? What's your definition? I know it's included in
Sure.
some of the other
Yes.
earlier materials that you've presented, but.
I think the vision for that is what I call light commercial uses that work well with the predominantly residential nature that surround them. Again, low traffic volumes, maybe professional offices, probably some, if I had to write it right here, right now, some district performance standards that would limit hours of operation. The intention is to not adversely affect the abutting residential use.
Okay. I know that we would get into standards and how we define those as we move this along, but do you have like height requirements that you would be thinking for this type of mixed-use development, or?
Haven't got that far. My strong sense is that the type of use is going to be more important to the type and intensity of use is going to be more important than height.
Okay.
That's my
Thoughts?
sense.
Anyone else?
Are we talking about number 3, the mixed-use district?
The mixed use, the teal colors.
So we skipped over number 2, the second question, which is the additional cost for the Dry Mills Commercial Master Plan.
Oh, did we want to, sorry, I was kind of just lumping that together with our support of the commercial district. But yeah, we could talk about
I
the
mean,
master
I don't
plan.
have like, as long as we can identify a source, I mean, it may need to wait until the next, budget cycle, I don't know. But I mean, I would be supportive of adding funds for that purpose. But I just want to
Yeah.
go on record of saying that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, absolutely. I think to Doug's point earlier, we would need to have standards for traffic safety and pedestrian safety in that area if we were to pursue it in a commercial space.
Right, and I'd add exterior lighting to that list of good neighbor things, including dark skies lighting and things like that.
Yeah. Anyone else have comments on a master plan? No, okay. So let's continue on with mixed use. Did anyone have comments on the mixed use spaces?
They look fine to me.
Yeah. Anyone else? No? Okay, it looks like those look good, Doug.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So this,
So just in continuation of that, you were wanting input on the light yellow, which is a residential district?
it used to go quite a bit further back.
Right, so
And,
you've reduced that so it's closer to the road, along North Raymond Road, yeah.
So the gold would the gold, kind of what's, I think of the, like this, or you're calling it orange, but that's now, would then become rural residential, like the part that had been light yellow, yeah, that area would in this map, this new map is rural residential.
That's the proposal,
Right.
recognizing that morphs back to, not too far away, to rural conservation.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make the point that, all this area around Crystal Lake and Little Sebago Lake, is likely to be affected by the new, by the surface water protection ordinance that we're in the Resiliency Committee is in the process of working with staff to develop. And I just want to be clear that doesn't preclude development, that ordinance. It just requires enhanced water quality protections. And so, I don't know, I just felt like it was important to throw that into the discussion. I mean, just like to make sure that we keep talking about it so that people are, paying attention and can take a look at it when we're ready to share it with them.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. That's a good point. Yeah, and I think that's also true for, as Doug mentioned earlier, this watershed overlay, which is seen in multiple parts of town, but that has stricter standards for
Right.
Development. in that space also.
If I may, much of this area is in the aquifer too, so
Yep.
that if the aquifer overlay were to move forward, that would also restrict certain uses that had the potential for adversely affecting the groundwater.
Yeah.
So what do you have for density in the residential spaces for the yellow?
Right now, I think it's half, need that spreadsheet. I believe it's half acre is what's proposed for that. What's posted on the website says half to 1 acre. That's the range that's being contemplated. Most of the lots in the other proposed residential areas, the Spruce, Adler, Fairview, Marie Street and so forth up here, those are generally half-acre lots. So
So it would be aligned with what's currently there, those types of standards.
That's the intention. It also works well. There's a state law called the minimum lot size law. Many of these areas are served by public water, but for those that are not, there's a 20,000 minimum, which is basically half of a
acre.
builder's acre,
Yeah.
half acre. It's a state law.
Okay. Any comments on the?
Yeah, and just to be clear, the rural residential is a 2 acre kind of plus or minus lot size.
Yes.
And
80,000. The intention
Yeah.
with the rural residential is to not create a whole bunch of new non-conforming lots. That makes no sense.
Yeah.
Those lots are there, they should stay there, and so these would be proposed to be 80,000.
Right. And I think, my recollection of that workshop is that there weren't a ton of comments about this at the time. It looked like there were later some more comments that were provided. But I think that is, consistent with the council's thinking over the years about what that area should look like. And it's in part due to traffic, because that area is so congested, especially at peak hours, but also due to water quality. And I know that the water flows out of Crystal Lake there, so it's not like it's flowing that upstream towards the lake, but a lot more houses there would mean that a lot, they're literally within walking distance of Wilkes Beach, and so there could be a lot more traffic on Wilkes Beach, which is really not a very big space when you think about it, and potentially more boat traffic as well. So I think that was part of my thinking in agreeing that the half-acre lots or smaller lots near to the lake are a better idea, that what you've highlighted in yellow, in light yellow.
Yeah,
Yes.
and I was appreciative of the reduction and making them that light yellow closer to the street.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, I think I reduced, down there.
Any other?
I just want to make sure I understand. So the difference between the yellow and the orange, the yellow is roughly 20,000, and the orange is 80, so about 1.86. Is that really the difference between the two?
1.84, you're quite right.
1.84.
Yep.
Okay, all right, cool. All right.
Yep.
And we've reduced that significantly, the yellow, right, from
Yeah.
the map I just saw? Okay.
The extent of the proposed area, yes.
The extent of proposed area.
Yep, here I can do this.
And do we know any idea how many landowners that actually affects?
Not a huge number other than those that are already existing. As an example, the lots in the Marie Street area right here. Those are already there. There are a couple lots up here. St. Gregory's is actually one of the biggest impacts. And then there's a couple parcels here, but again, I significantly reduced the proposed depth in response to the comments. So I'd say, what would I guess, 10-ish or so.
Okay. And then that teal, I guess is what you called it earlier, that's St. Gregory's, I'm assuming? Is that what that is?
Right, this parcel right there.
Oh, okay.
St. Gregory's has the yellow,
St. Gregory's in the yellow.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
plus the watershed overlay.
And,
Yeah.
All right.
and aquifer, yep.
Okay. Do we, before I move on to the next area of town, does anyone want to make any proposals for significant changes?
No.
Okay. All right. So, next up was mostly the Libby Hill, but also portions of Dry Mills that you wanted to discuss. And in particular, the proposed mixed-use spaces was what you were inquiring about first.
Take me anywhere. So this brief overview helpful, or?
Yes,
Yes.
yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. So this is the proposed Libby Hill. This is the Dry Mills area here. This is the end of the proposed Dry Mills commercial. A pretty large area of proposed residential mixed use. Going back to residential, because that's what it is and probably will always be. This is a rural residential, school property, residential for Maplewood, and what is now currently BT1 and maybe part of BT Business Transition. We're Hannaford. Hannaford's right here. To be a commercial district. About 20 years ago, the history is in what we presented, but there's some history as to how that became zoned commercial, which is the prior comprehensive plan and a input from voters. But it seems like it's been enough years. It seems like it's time to call that kind of what it is, commercial.
So you were concerned more though about the teal space that's mixed use up Shaker Road and into Dry Mills? Is that?
Yep,
Yeah.
the extent of it, I guess, is what I was hoping to solicit some
So the
comments
depth
on.
away from the road or the length of it, or both?
Both,
Okay.
both, yeah.
I think it makes a lot of sense, and I believe it aligns. I'd have to go back to the comprehensive plan, future land use map. It aligns with transition zones that we had outlined for that space on 26 to be kind of light duty mixed use spaces. So I mean, it's primarily residential. I think it should maintain a residential feel, which is what you were trying to go for here. But having it be mixed use along the roadway in particular would allow for, service businesses like doctors' offices and things, which exist primarily around Hannaford right now, but are interspersed along the road. Does anyone else have concerns with the mixed-use space up Shaker Road?
No.
No.
Seems like
Okay.
we're good with that.
Great.
what was your other question? Let me just go back.
Fine tuning uses and standards.
Fine tuning uses, oh, okay. So does the council agree that the next step would be to continue fine tuning uses and standards as initially stated for this mixed use spaces? Yeah, I think anytime we're gonna have a zone, we definitely need to be fine tuning the standards, especially when
Okay.
it's a significant change.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sure. Just one last thought on this area. Did anyone have any comments on the commercial space, which is essentially encompassing Hannaford and kind of the spaces around it? It does intersect on the tip of the triangle with what would be potentially become the wellhead overlay. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct. Yep.
So one thought, one question that was posed in the ordinance advisory committee was whether we should shorten the triangle so that tip is,
Bring it up.
yeah, there, removed, so it's not in the wellhead 2, or what is now wellhead 2 and would become potentially a wellhead overlay.
Just chop off that southern tip.
Yeah,
Basically, yeah.
which would be where, Doug, approximately, what's there now? The pit, the Grover pit, or,
That's on the inside. The Grover's Pit is over here,
okay,
but it would clean up, if you will, the line for what's currently the Wellhead 2, which proposed to be a wellhead recharge area. Overlay, I'm sorry. It would clean it up.
It's that BT2 now. That pin is BT2.
Right
The
here.
top part is BT1 and BT2.
I believe you're correct. Yes, I believe you're correct. Yep.
okay, could you just repeat what he said for the
Sure.
people that don't understand?
The comment was, is this triangle area currently BT2, Business Transition 2? I believe it is. Right, the Hannaford site, and maybe one parcel around it is BT1, and then there's BT2 that surrounds the BT1.
Right, but those, in this proposed zoning, those would be going away, essentially. We're redefining what we're calling BT 1 and 2 currently. I mean, the purpose of the wellhead overlay, or what is now wellhead 2, is that it has stricter standards for development to protect the wellhead, which, can you give us an example of the types of standards a wellhead overlay would apply to business development in that area if we were to keep the pointy tip within the wellhead there instead of reducing it?
The proposal is not to reduce the current wellhead 1 or wellhead 2.
Right.
The proposal is to keep those lines as they are. Wellhead 1, what I call the immediate recharge area right around the wellhead, that would retain its own district status. What I'm proposing, getting into the overlays here, which is fine, what I'm proposing is that the current wellhead 2 would be an overlay, and that wellhead 2 overlay would have the same standards that are on the books today, with the exception of, and it comes up later in the memo
Yeah,
here,
sorry, I jumped in.
with a proposal to reduce the area per dwelling unit down to 1 to 2 acres as opposed to 1 to 4 acres. And the Water District, understandably, has very strong feelings about that.
Okay. My question is, though, would we have different standards for that overlay applicable to businesses versus residential development? Because
Yes.
the question is whether or not we want to keep this expanded commercial space that has the overlay for the wellhead in it.
The current and future current standards apply an additional layer of standards as well as what is being proposed. The wellhead doesn't care what type of development goes on, it cares about what happens within it. And so the intention would be to have standards that are appropriate to protect the wellhead irrespective of residential or commercial development.
Okay. I guess why I'm asking is, and I mean, I'm not a developer, so I can't really answer this question, but would a developer want to develop in this teeny little space where they have to worry about wellhead protections? You know, is it worth just removing it, I guess?
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's the likelihood, yeah.
Yeah.
And the access would also be very challenging as well, because you've got the bypass coming in and you've got short shaker coming in
Yeah.
there as well.
Okay. Yeah, I think it might just be worth taking it out of
Okay.
that wellhead space there.
Okay.
Okay, so was that it for Libby Hill? I believe it was.
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, and just to be clear, that round circle area on that map there is wellhead,
One.
wellhead protection. Yeah, you're identifying as general current zoning as wellhead 1. Mostly, it says general future land use area would be mostly village mixed-use growth. Is that correct?
That's the area that it is in the comprehensive plan, but the proposal as part of what I'm putting on the table here is that the wellhead 1 would stay as its own district,
Okay, yeah,
unchanged.
okay.
It's the immediate recharge area. I don't think it's wise to change that at all.
Okay, let's move on to your next section, which was the rural districts. And in particular, the first question you had was regarding rural conservation districts. You were wanting input on the boundaries for those spaces.
Yes,
Can you elaborate on that a little?
And as I alluded to earlier this meeting, drawing the proposed district lines was predicated on the future land use in the comp plan, property lines, and the development constraints. We retained intentionally the future land use lines. Those are the black. They probably show up better if you zoom in, but there are some deviations from the lines on the future land use map. Where are we over here? What is that, Mayall? Over here, so there's an area over near Collier Brook, as an example, that is shown on the future land use as being in what the comprehensive plan calls critical rural. But because that's already predominantly residentially developed, I'm proposing that this area right here be rural residential. And so what I was hoping for was some council input on recognizing the importance of the comp plan and the policy direction that it provided to protect what they call the critical rural areas. I was looking for input on whether or not the deviations that are shown on here for the rural residential relative to the gold, relative to the green. Do those look acceptable? Are they consistent? I remember that, and we've talked about this before at other meetings, the future land use lines in the comp plan, that's the broad brush. The council has the ability to change those lines slightly as long as you're respecting the overall intentions that are memorialized in the comprehensive plan.
Right, and that future land use map, as you said, was a broad brush in the comprehensive plan. It didn't follow property lines.
That's correct.
And it was kind of more of a guideline for us to do this more detailed work. So, as Doug noted, those black dotted lines along the green conservation spaces were the original lines on the future land use map for the comp plan. But Doug's done a good job of generally following that, and there are, as he said, slight deviations. But personally, I'm comfortable with the deviations that were made for the reasons you noted, that they're fairly developed, or there were development constraints, or the other things you determined when adjusting the lines. Did anyone else have thoughts or comments?
I don't have any particular comments. I mean, I think in general that it kind of goes without saying, and maybe just to state the obvious. I mean, we're trying to balance here the ability for the town to allow for development in some areas, particularly housing, but also commercial. I mean, the state has said that it's 30,000 units short of any housing, of all housing. Clearly, Gray needs to do its part, just as other towns do, in making it possible to build more residential housing. At the same time, it's important, in the comp plan, or as part of the comp plan process, residents voiced a lot of support for, maintaining some open space and the rural kind of feel to the town. And so that's kind of the balancing act that we're trying to do here. And I think we do get into some issues with large parcel owners that have, maybe the greatest opportunity for us to work with them, or, the opportunities on our side to work with them to help maybe conserve some of their land. But if their incentives are to, as soon as we memorialize this and approve this zoning, if it makes their land become more valuable and they get taxed at a higher rate, their incentives are going to be to develop. And so that, we kind of need to balance all of that.
Mm-hmm. There are mechanisms that the town could implement to give property owners like that tax breaks if they are willing to conserve their land and other things. So, if we set these zones and then we know that that's an impact, we could pursue other strategies for lessening that burden. So, anyone else? Comments? Okay, well, I think the conservation space seems aligned with what was outlined in the comp plan, so we can move on.
I guess I would say, I don't know if we're still in proposed rural districts, but the question, your fourth question there had to do with, well, actually, I'm going to back up and say the third question had to do with accept proposed density and lot size of 4 acres for the RC and 3 acres for RA and 2 acres for RR. And I kind of, I did look at the document that you shared with us earlier, and I wonder if the RC should be larger, maybe even up to 10 acres, just because, 4 acres doesn't really have the desired effect of making sure that there's larger parcels of contiguous land that is not developed, and especially linked with the buffers, the proposed buffers along roadsides, and requiring larger setbacks in order to kind of preserve a rural feel. My preference is to not do the setbacks, to allow residential development closer to the road. And because the setbacks chew up more land, they're more expensive for property owners because they have to put in longer driveways, and the longer driveways contribute to more erosion and water pollution. So I think there are a lot of reasons not to require buffers, or big setbacks along roadways in these rural districts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you are addressing questions 3 and 4, which is fine that we're jumping around. I would agree that I think setbacks along roadways, especially in rural districts, people like them because, as Ann said, it kind of gives the feel of a rural space. But what it's doing is essentially breaking up large chunks of land and not allowing for working lands that might need contiguous space or open space conservation for trails, because those large lots are set very far back from the road, and therefore eating up space that can't be developed, but it's also chewing up that contiguous open space. Since we're on it, did anyone else have any thoughts on the setbacks or the density sizes for conservation or other rural districts? No.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I would agree with Ann that increasing the
Okay.
density, particularly in the conservation zones, makes a lot of sense. And I would also consider it for the rural agricultural zones. And I know you've explored maximum lot sizes in those spaces also, so
Yep.
just make sure they're balanced with that. Let me just jump back to question 2, which was regarding the district boundaries separating the rural agricultural districts from the rural residential districts. Is,
The pink from the gold.
the pink from the gold. And I think you did make adjustments based on feedback. I was at the 3rd workshop where everybody was here. There was a lot of concern around, particularly around Little Sebago Lake. There had been some.
Yep, that comes up on its
Was
own.
that? Am I jumping? Sorry. Okay, we can talk about it, but later. But
throughout town.
so throughout town, just can you clarify your question a little bit for me?
So there's if you look at the comprehensive plan, it proposes a fairly significant area of grade to be general rural. And back towards the beginning, back about midway through the development of this map, there was a proposal to not create the separation between the generally rural agricultural areas and the rural residential areas. This map and my proposal, in line with comments that were received, is to separate out. Right now, most of the town is RRA, rural residential and agricultural. It seems as though this might be a really logical time to separate out which areas are predominantly rural and agricultural as opposed to those that are rural residential. And the example that I always use is the lots on Spruce Adler Fairview. They're in the same zoning district as the gravel pits on Mayall Road. And so I think it's time to separate those. And I was just, before we go forward with additional steps, I was looking for council input on whether or not you're still supportive of separating those.
You mean creating those distinct zones?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I would be, yeah. I mean, I think it makes sense to acknowledge where, especially where there's existing agriculture, and by agriculture, just to be clear, you're talking about like tree growth as well as, hay fields or
Hay fields or even mineral extraction,
Right.
gravel pits can be. They're not predominantly residential, so it seems as though and that gets one more layer complicated when we get into the future growth areas, but the premise is separating them out.
Yeah, and is there, I mean, in your view, what's the con side? Why would we not want to do that?
I think it might make a difference for potential development for those property owners, which is, I believe, where the council was coming from with the input at the September 3rd workshop with regards to the future growth overlay areas, to identify, I'm jumping ahead here, to identify areas that might provide links, if you will, in the future. So to identify areas that are, in this scenario, that are zoned rural and agricultural, but it would be a red flag, if you will, to that property owner as well as surrounding property owners that these future growth areas may be more intensely developed and they may have additional uses. So that was the counterpoint, if you will, that was put on the table by the council at the September 3rd workshop to try to balance that con.
Mm-hmm. Another benefit for distinguishing the two zones, like where there's primarily residential spaces and where there's primarily working lands and other types of rural businesses in open spaces, is that when new people move in and they build a house in an area where there's noise because there's tractors or there's mineral extraction going on, oftentimes we tend to limit uses of the people that were already there working the land rather than limiting that residential development. So if you distinguish the spaces, I think it's clearer for folks to understand where that type of work is going on. Mike or Levi, I know, do you have any thoughts on that?
No, that makes
Yeah,
sense.
okay. Mike, are you good with
No, I'm good for now.
the lines for now? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so just staying on the rural districts, we touched on the density already for rural conservation. And I guess rural, I think we've covered the next two questions. So
Okay.
let's move on to the density adjacent to lakes and ponds, which is what I had started to touch on, but you can elaborate on that a little more, Doug. So you're wondering, or you're wanting to point out that you did revise some of those proposed lines around Sebago Lake to address some of the feedback we had about the residential designations along the lake versus rural and agricultural. So
Yes, the input and the consensus was that the ability to increase density adjacent to lakes relative to current standards should not be increasing. And so the depth of the, proposed rural residential area on the west side of Little Sebago was reduced, and there's some areas where it was added on the east. One of the comments from the February workshops was, why does the east side of Little Sebago, why is that protected, if you will, with a rural conservation versus the west side? And as I pointed out during the workshops, the primary impetus for that was the future land use map in the comprehensive plan. And so the proposed rural residential areas were adjusted for this draft number 4 of this map, but the overall, it would be a fairly significant deviation from the comprehensive plan to add a rural conservation area on the west shore. And I would also respectfully point out, as I did in the workshops, that all of these areas, you can see this cross-hatching, if you will, all of these are watershed areas. And so if there were concerns, if there are still concerns, I guess I should say, with regards to protecting the lake, then the watershed overlay is a perfect vehicle to implement those.
yeah, also the rural agricultural zone is more restrictive than those orange rural residential zones in terms of development. It's not quite as restrictive as the rural conservation green space.
That's, yes.
Right, but, yeah.
Yep.
Any thoughts? 'Cause I know you live up that way.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm on it. So can you explain real quick, I know you explained already, the difference between the green, the pink, and the orange, what they all mean again, because I want to make sure I'm understanding this.
Okay, so the green is as I've said before, I think the title of a zoning district should be as descriptive as possible as to its overall character. The green, it's a little bit easier with this, and then I'll bring it home, I promise, with our Little Sebago Lake. So the green areas are proposed to be rural conservation. They're supposed to be, per the comprehensive plan, they're supposed to be the most protected areas, and the density, I have it as 3 to 5, but it may be more, based on the council input tonight. The pink is proposed to be rural and agricultural. That is a slightly more dense, proposed to be a slightly more dense rural district that would allow limited commercial uses.
Okay.
The gold is proposed to be rural residential, and that is predominantly residential. That would be a builder's acre, 2 builder's acres, 80,000 square foot lots as it is presently. And then the yellow is proposed to be the residential half acre, pretty protected. And if you look at the areas that are, at least many of the proposed residential areas are already developed with half acre lots. And I think it's incumbent upon the town to protect those areas as residential areas. Spruce, Adler, Fairview, Marie Street, they're residential. That's what they are.
Okay, but just, does that help?
Yeah, it does help, so I'm just trying to get it all in my mind, so, because I see where Ramsdale Road goes in here, and so Ramsdale, looking at it coming in, half of it, so we're saying the majority of that on the right, where it is, it's also protected, so no hunting as well. So,
Hunting's all, that's a completely separate
Oh, I
discussion.
get it, but I'm just trying to
Okay.
think of land use as well, what it's used for, you know?
Sure.
So I'm just, yeah.
Okay, so regarding the area around Little Sebago Lake, right now you've maintained rural residential spaces where they are currently, but you did expand it in one spot, is that correct? Which spot was that?
In some limited areas, particularly on the east shore, the west shore, it's generally steeper over there. The east shore, at least in some places, is not as steep. And so there's some areas from Lake Ave down to Waterview where there's intentionally a limited depth band, if you will, of proposed residential, which was it's the same density as existing, and it would potentially allow for some second-tier development, but right around here where Campbell Shore comes in, that's already residentially developed, and the earlier drafts of the proposed zoning map caught some, I thought, well-deserved criticism that the map was too splotchy. It was like spots here, spots there. So this is an attempt to sort of even that out. And the other relevant element with regards to this area in particular is that if rural and agricultural is going to allow some limited non-residential uses, you may not want those directly adjacent, right across the road from lots that are on the shore of the lake. With the important footnote that it's all in the watershed overlay. So if there were concerns about those uses, the watershed overlay could have standards that would limit those.
I'm comfortable with the adjustments that you've made, but I'd like, if anyone else has any concerns, please raise them. No? Okay. All right, let's move on. I want to try to get to all your questions, Doug, which we may not do, but we'll try our best. We already touched on the next section a little bit regarding the wellhead recharge areas, where you talked about maintaining wellhead 1 as a zone, which is that inner circle that you've noted there. And the wellhead, what is now wellhead 2, kind of like exterior parts of that circle, would instead become a wellhead overlay zone.
That's the proposal.
But it would maintain the same standards as of wellhead 2 currently. But, so what are the major differentiators that you've created in those?
So I believe that the two substantive concerns that were expressed by residents and the water district, understandably, were if there were to be additional uses, I think that sparked some concerns. And I think if there were to be additional uses, the intention here is to have performance standards, maybe even getting into details like how the stormwater is handled, very similar to what happened right here in the village with Cumberland Farms, as an example. And the other concern that was voiced as part of the February workshops was what I put on the table for discussion, to increase the residential density to 1 dwelling unit for every 2 acres instead of the current 1 dwelling unit for 4 acres. And I also proposed that there be increased wastewater standards to clean up the wastewater before it went into the ground. I believe that the concern for this element on behalf of the residents and certainly the water district is any increase in density increases the possibility of the wellhead becoming contaminated. And I think that's their primary concern, is that increased density. And I recognize, as I tried to be careful with the words I chose in the memo, but I recognize this is really sensitive because you have the growth of the town in a pretty important location, but you also have the wellhead that needs to be protected. Even when I started this, I didn't expect this to be resolved by this point, but I felt as though it was incumbent on me to try to move the discussions forward, which is why I placed this on the table, recognizing that it's going to take some time to resolve.
Right. Right. Some of your questions in this section were about, maintaining collaboration with the Quay Water District and our interest in that. And I think we would all agree that that's certainly important to us, and we would like to continue those conversations.
Sure.
But you were looking for some policy direction regarding the density changes in that wellhead too. So from 4 acres per dwelling unit to 2 acres per dwelling unit. Are you, with that change, attempting to align with the state statute that was mandated for density increases for single-family homes? Is that part of the impetus for that density change? Or is it just to address the fact that much of our wellhead is in our village growth area? So
I think it was really both.
Okay.
It's an on-point question, and there are, for those that are not familiar with the new state statutes, there are housing statutes that are mandated, they're not voluntary, coming out of Augusta, that have said that every lot that has a single family must be allowed to have at least 1, in some cases 2 additional dwelling units. This was an attempt to propose environmental, the increased wastewater standards, to propose environmental standards that were consistent with the purposes of the current wellhead districts, if the town is being forced into a corner here with the new state statutes. And as you pointed out, it also is in the village mixed-use growth area in the comp plan. And so this was my dipping finger into the water to see if a proposal such as this might have any merit or traction. So.
any thoughts on the density?
On the density,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm feel like I'm ambivalent about this one. I know that when we were talking and we debated this endlessly about whether or not to allow property owners in specific districts to have solar panels on their houses, for example. I did some background research, and I'm not going to go back into the chapter and verse on that, but I was surprised to see the extent to which various, paint or preservatives or things that are on houses, just on houses, can contribute to water quality degradation, like have some hazardous substances in them. So, I think certainly there's an argument in the rural conservation to keep that density pretty low, and but I'm also on the horns of dilemma. We need to make sure there are areas of town where we can actually build more housing, because there's and not just because the state has told us that, but there's a demand for it. Like there are older people who want to downsize, and there's not smaller houses for them to move into. There are young families who want to buy their first homes here, and they can't afford it either. And there just aren't a lot of opportunities available. So that's my ambivalence, I guess. That's not very helpful. But.
No, that's okay. Anyone else have thoughts on the increased density in the wellhead, what is now wellhead 2 and would become a wellhead overlay district?
I kind of get in the same headspace there with the solar, where it's competing. We did that, and then going against it in some respects with doing that. So yeah, I'm definitely in the not sure which way to go on this one here, because it's.
I guess I do favor having the overlay, because the overlay does provide more protections, right?
Overlay can be comparable. It's just a different way to go about performance standard. You can have your own district, or you can have an overlay. The net effect is the same. It's just a different way to administer the standards.
Okay.
The benefits of my understanding is the benefits of overlays is that you can apply them to different zones around town. So, this would just be in this wellhead, what is now wellhead 2, but like Doug made the watershed overlay, which applies to various lake districts around town. So, But you can, like you said, you can increase the standards in an overlay, or you can
Right.
decrease them. I
Yes.
think the intent with this would be certainly to increase standards, particularly around wastewater. I mean, and I've run into this with the solar conversation, but, you know, it's unfortunate that our wellhead recharge is also in what is our growth area. It just is. And I mean, the infrastructure for town, for the village exists in this area, and I am supportive of building that up with stricter standards around how the water is managed, purely because of the location. So I'm in favor of the increased density. We could come back to it too, though. It sounds like
Okay.
maybe we don't have a definitive.
But the other question here was whether or not we should have staff meet with the Gray Water District
Right, and
directly.
I think we should continue those, that was what I said
Yeah,
at the
that's right,
beginning.
okay,
It's like we
yeah.
should definitely continue those conversations and
Okay.
talk about it.
No, I agree. I think we
Yeah.
need to work with GWD.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's move on, because I don't think we have consensus on that, and we just need to continue talking about it.
Yeah,
The proposed future growth areas, which this zoning doesn't particularly deal with, but your questions are the proposed areas an overall proposal for increased density consistent with the council's intentions, and are there additional areas that should be considered for, oh, this is not talking about the village. You're talking about those
Yes.
sections that
Those
you've
white-
identified as
yeah,
potential
the white
ring,
areas.
areas for ring roads and
Yep,
such?
potential
Okay.
connectors. and-
Okay,
I have a point of clarification.
sure, go ahead.
This, in your spreadsheet, I just want to clarify what it means when it says, consider 75% of underlying district. Does that mean you could do 75% of the density or 75% more density? I just want to make sure that I understood that.
The intention when I wrote it was that 75%, 3/4 of the underlying density. So
Okay.
there would be a slight
Yeah, that's what I thought.
increase in allowed density in the overlay relative to the underlying district.
It would be an increase?
Increase,
Okay,
yes.
okay.
Mhm, yes. An increase, the proposal was a slight increase in density and potentially even maybe allowing additional uses in the future overlay, future growth area.
So from your perspective, a 75% increase would be a minor increase? I just want to make sure I understand that.
Well, if you had a future growth area parcel and the lot size was, for the underlying district, was 80,000, the per dwelling unit, let's say, then in the future growth area, you would cut it down to 60.
Okay, so it would be 75%, so that would be actually less. That's what I was trying to understand. It would be a reduction in the square footage required. Yeah,
Exactly.
Okay, okay.
Which is a net increase in
Yeah, in
density.
the density, okay, yeah.
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
are you talking about, which area are you talking about? Those proposed growth areas or the
Um,
wellhead? Or did you go back to the wellhead?
I'm addressing his first question, accept proposed areas and overall proposal for increased density and/or uses. And I was wanting to make sure I was understanding that. He was talking about an increase in density and a decrease in square footage requirements.
Okay, I'm just not following which question. Which section are you in? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
6.
His proposed question number 1 under number 6, proposed future growth areas. That was what I was
Oh,
getting
okay.
at there. Isn't that where we are?
Yeah, I'm just
Okay.
not seeing the
I'm not
words
seeing
that you're
that either.
reading,
Oh,
so that's why I'm.
I'm seeing the ring
sorry.
roads there, that's. what-
Sorry, yeah, that's what I'm like.
6.
It's the first bullet under number 6, I believe.
Oh, you're up in, I was in the summary section. Okay, let me go back.
What page is that, do you know?
That's page 10.
10, yeah.
It doesn't sound right. Oh, I see, you're going through the memo, I'm sorry.
Okay. So, can you just give us a quick version of your question? Like, what do you need to know in this section here for the growth area?
I'm looking for counsel, and I see what happened here. The questions on page 10 are not, and they're supposed to be, are not the same as the one at the end of the memo.
Okay,
That's what,
maybe
that's what's
we're
happening
looking
here.
at different.
My fault.
No worries.
Apologize. What I'm looking for is input from the council with regard, are you supportive of the future growth area concept with allowing slightly increased density and/or uses for the purposes of sending a signal to current and future property owners that these areas may be more developed than other areas in the, that are not in the future growth area?
Okay. Let's just take a quick stroll. Is anyone opposed to that, I guess?
No, I'm not
No,
opposed.
okay, we're good.
Okay.
We're good with that
Okay.
concept.
Okay.
So overlay, so what we've got left, and I wanted to allow a little time for just public comment on this, and I know we're supposed to start at 7 for the regular meeting, so I just want to kind of wrap this up. You still need to touch on overlay districts, which we've done a little bit through our conversation here, and then also business input. And I think just lastly, regarding business input, I think we should still get input from the business community on this zoning. So I don't think we need to get into a deep conversation about that. But does that address the concerns around the business?
The policy, we don't have too many specifics to propose to the business community. That's what I'm sort of wrestling with, if
Okay.
you will. We have a very broad brush for the transition districts, as is the information that's posted on the town website, but we don't
Right.
have too many specifics. So what I'm trying to get a handle on is it going to be beneficial to reach out and solicit input from the business community at this relatively formative stage? It may be.
Right.
Or do we want to wait until there are more specifics?
But that's specific to the transition zones, which this overall outer shell of the zoning is not dealing with. So I think, Mike, we need to loop back around on the village and what the transition zones mean, and
Yes.
we'll determine what to do next steps with the business community. But I do think that that's an important audience to,
Yep.
to confer
Our
with.
economic development staff can help
Yeah.
support
Yeah,
that.
that's what I was thinking, yep.
So let's just wrap up your questions on the overlay districts.
Okay.
So there's the aquifer overlay, which you're wondering if we support, which would apply to various districts around town with higher standards for areas that fall within an aquifer, correct?
Yes, it would limit non-residential uses that would potentially contaminate the aquifer.
Yeah, I'm certainly in favor of that. Is anyone opposed to using an aquifer overlay for?
No, I guess, yeah, in general, with the overlay districts, I was sort of confused about the specific reference to commercial uses such as construction that are specifically allowed, because it seems to me that depending on how they're defined, some of those might be more likely to contaminate. And it makes a difference how they're defined. But I guess it goes back to your earlier question of like needing a broader discussion about.
Right,
this.
I think in general, the overlays you've identified are important, and we'd like to just build those out a little more.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a
So,
good way to put
Great.
it, I think, yeah.
yeah. Okay. So, Doug, do you feel like you have enough to
I do.
wrap this up?
Yes, I appreciate the council's input very much. I'm sorry it's so dense.
No,
but
it's
the nature of the
dense
beast.
for a reason. There's a lot of,
And we can work to schedule a follow-up workshop
yeah,
in the weeks ahead.
okay,
Yeah.
that sounds great.
Agreed.
So I do want to allow for public comment on this topic, which we're dealing with, which is the proposed updates to zoning. I would like to conclude public comment by 7 o'clock so that we can begin our regularly scheduled meeting, which also has the public hearing for the budget. So is there anyone in the audience, and I know not all of you were here for the entire workshop, that would like to make public comment on the proposed zoning updates to align with the comprehensive plan future land use map?
Question for Doug.
Yep, if you'd like to make a comment, you have to just come to the podium and state your name and address, and so the folks at home could hear you also.
I'm Scott Lowell. I live on Ramshill Road in Gray, which is the green area. I just wondered if you changed the proposed development from the present 2-acre minimum to a different minimum for lot size.
That's a very difficult concept to convey. I'm still trying to get my arms around it myself. The proposal is to have the green area, the rural conservation, be a zoning district that has a maximum density. So the sizes may change as based on input from the council tonight, and there may be something that sounds strange, but a maximum lot size. And so the proposal that's memorialized here, which is subject to change with the council, is that you would have a density of one dwelling unit of, let's say, 5 per 5 acres, okay? But on that 5 acres, the vision is you could have, let's say you had, I need another example, you had 15 acres in the green rural conservation district. You could have 3 houses on that, and 1 for 5 acres, but they would all be, it's like a mini subdivision right along the road, along the front. And there would be a requirement, as an example, that the 3/4 or 80% of the backland be relatively untouched. So you would have a density requirement, but you would be able to develop quite intensely the front portion as long as the back portion was protected. So you would realize less dwelling units than you are now, but the objective is to forward the intentions of the rural conservation district. So you have a density requirement, not a minimum lot size requirement.
So to further define that, for someone such as myself, who has a piece of property that's 230 feet wide and 2,000 feet deep, I would be able to use my front portion for 1 5-acre lot, and that's it.
Nope, the town has back lot standards where if you were able to put a road to the back, we haven't, so if you had a narrow, deep parcel, I would like to think that there is the means to have the front portion more intensely developed as long as there's the corresponding backland. So the front 2 acres could be 3 acres, 4 acres could be more developed as long as the significant portion of the backland was not developed and left pretty much untouched to forward the objectives of the RC district. It's hard to summarize that in a manner that's readily understood.
Yeah.
It's a maximum density, not a minimum lot size. So.
Yeah. I would encourage you, if you want clarity, to get in touch with one of us or Doug, and we can go over it further. Any other comments on the proposed zoning? I don't think there's anyone, is there anyone online? Okay. Okay, so I will adjourn our workshop at, time is it? 6:55 p.m. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll reconvene at 7 o'clock for our regularly scheduled council meeting. Thank you. Thank you, Doug. Okay, welcome to the Great Town Council meeting of April 1st, 2025. This meeting is being held in person with a generous audience here tonight, and also online. The link can be found in the agenda on our website, and there's also a phone number to call in. I'm going to begin with roll call. Councillor Johnson.
Present.
Councillor Robinson.
Present.
Councillor Gass.
Present.
And I'm Councillor Chapel. I have assumed the role of chair with the resignation of longtime Councillor Dan McGuire at our last meeting. And this evening we will also be voting on a new vice chair momentarily. If everyone could please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I also neglected to mention with us tonight is, to my right, is Town Manager Michael Foley. Michael, do we need a motion for the chair or just a nomination?
You'll need
For
a
vice chair?
nomination and then a vote to accept that.
So I'm looking for a nomination for, to elect a council vice chair.
I nominate Anne. I think it's a logical choice.
Anyone second?
Second.
Anne, would you like to make any comments or
No. Let's move on.
accept the nomination?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's go to vote then. Mike?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. And Anne?
Yes.
Okay, great, it's unanimous.
Thank you.
Welcome to vice chair role, congratulations. And is anyone approved, or excuse me, does anyone have any edits for the March 18th, 2025
Do we need a
meeting
motion to
minutes?
approve, or?
Well, I was going to ask
Oh,
if there was
yeah.
any opposition
Sorry.
to unanimous, but if there's any opposition?
I have
to-
no changes, yeah.
No changes?
None.
So no opposition to unanimous consent? Okay, those can be approved officially. Next up would be a report from the council chair. As I have just assumed that duty, I don't have a lot to say, but I just want to thank everyone for coming out tonight for this public hearing on the budget in our regular meeting. It's important to have a voice in this process, so I'm glad everyone is here. Also, I want to encourage folks to submit some nominations for volunteer awards. We got a little off track doing that last year as we had some transitions with leadership. So we would like to have nominations from the community for volunteer awards for both 2023 and 2024. That nomination form can be found online. So we will be having a celebratory ceremony in May for those that are awarded a volunteer award. So I'll move on to council correspondence and committee reports. Anne, would you like to start us off?
Sure. Let's see, Open Space has not met since the last council meeting. Resiliency, we are holding a workshop with staff on the new surface water protection ordinance, which for those of you who've been following this, I previously described as a phosphorus ordinance, but its correct name and official name is going to be Surface Water Protection Ordinance. That's tomorrow at 5 p.m. That's by Zoom, and you can find that link on the website. I want to say a welcome, kind of like premature, I guess, because we haven't officially approved him, but welcome to Andy Barhite, who's going to be our newest member, and he did attend our last meeting, so we're excited to have a new member there. We're in the process of writing our next Community Action Grant quarterly report, and Audrey, our Resilience Fellow, has gotten one video pretty much done and is working on the second. We're actively planning some fun stuff for Great Community Day. And CTAC will meet later this month. That's the Community Television Advisory Committee, and I have nothing new on the Village Transformation Project. I received a number of responses from community members in response to my query regarding the new deputy position, which further supported my belief that we should put this out to the voters to decide, and that's what will happen. You'll see on the warrant articles, which we'll discuss shortly.
Great, thanks, Anne. Levi?
Dry Mills Schoolhouse had a meeting, but there was no quorum. They did at least later on decide on participating in Community Day, and next meeting is April 21st at 5 p.m. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Mike?
Yeah, so I had, ZBA will be coming up on April 23rd. That's the next meeting. I don't think we have anything on the agenda yet, but I will let you know if we're going to have that meeting or not. I had a lot of calls and questions over the last few weeks, and I've tried to summarize it all when we get to the that information about what we're going to put on the warrants and stuff like that. I'll get to that because I have a couple pages worth of notes of all the questions people had for me, and it was easier to just put it all together in one package for when we get to that. Other than that, I didn't have any other emails other than the ones that were questioning the stuff that's on the that's going to be on our warrants.
Thanks, Mike. None of the committees I serve on met since we last met. The Ordinance Advisory Committee meeting is scheduled to have a follow-up to our workshop where we discussed zoning on April 7th. And the Blueberry Festival, Wild Blueberry Festival Committee is meeting on April 16th in the morning, which regretfully I won't be able to attend since I will be at work. But I'm sure I'll get an update from them that's thorough. They are in the process of applying for several grants to support some art and other community projects related to the festival. Greater Portland Council of Governments is scheduled to meet on April 15th, and also there will be a nominating committee meeting for Greater Portland Council of Governments Executive Committee to fill the officers' positions on April 24th, which I'll be attending. And then I just want to encourage folks to attend Gray Community Day, which will be happening on Sunday, May 18th this year. And I don't have any correspondence to report except for some communications we had regarding questions on TIF spending, so which Michael was kind enough to respond to. So next up is the report from the town manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have anything to add other than the two items about the Community Day and the award
stole your
items.
thunder.
No, that's all right. I was going to mention, but we do have a visit today from MSAD 15 Superintendent Dr. Turner to provide us a brief budget update for the school department. So we'll have her join us, and she's going to share some budget info.
Thank you so much for having us. We really appreciate it. We'll see if ClickShare is going to behave today. It's not that important if it doesn't, but that's okay.
Thanks for coming. We
Yeah,
appreciate
thanks.
your time.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you all for having us. I am Chanda. I'm the new superintendent here in MSAD 15. I've been here in the district a little more than 10 years. I spent a couple years here back like 2012, 2013, and now I'm back again. I've been here since 2015, I think. And I'm very excited to be taking on the role. So thank you so much for having us. We really appreciate it. My computer doesn't like ClickShare today, so that's
I can bring it up for
It's
you.
really not that important. Essentially what I was going to do is show you all our website, because we are in the middle of our budget process. That process started for us back in November. So we've been working on this for quite a long time. On our district webpage, if you scroll down to the bottom, you'll see a little button that says budget. And if you click on that button, there's a table that shows every meeting we've had and will have, the agenda for that meeting, the minutes for that meeting, a link to the video of that meeting if that meeting was recorded, which the vast majority of our meetings are. It's only our subcommittees that are not. And all of the materials that were provided as part of those meetings. So we're really encouraging everyone to, when you have questions, we get them from time to time. Where are we? What's happening? Everything is here. So if you have a question, go to this budget page. You can probably find the answer somewhere in this page. So where we are right now, we had another budget workshop on March 26th, where the board really dug in on where we are, both from the expense side and the revenue side. It's really important we talk about both. And then we're moving forward from here. The Finance Committee is the next to take up the budget. That will be a week from tomorrow, so on the 9th. We will be at the Gray New Gloucester High School Library. We always have opportunity for public to speak at all of our meetings. There will be an opportunity that night, so please come on down. And then the Finance Committee will take on a final decision about about their recommendation to the full school board. That will then go to a school board business meeting on April 16th, where the full school board will vote on a proposed budget. There's then the official signing of the warrant articles, and then we go into our budget validation meeting, and that's our town validation where the public is invited, and you get your little piece of paper to make your votes heard, and we also have public comment at that. That is going to be May 22nd, that's 6:30 in the high school cafeteria auditorium. And then, lest we forget, the referendum on June 10th. So once we go through all of that process, we then go out to voters to get the final word. And then June 11th, we have a business meeting scheduled to accept the results of the vote. So lots of opportunities to get involved. We'd love to hear from the public. Please go check out our page. As I said, we have just about anything you can think of there. And if anyone has thoughts about other things that would be helpful, we would be more than happy to put it up there if we have it. Anything else you wanted me to cover, Mike?
We'll offer it up to the council if they have any questions for you. Other than that, they had asked me to invite you to come to update us on your budget process. So, does anyone have any questions?
I guess I'll certainly check out the information online, but do you have any like high level information to share on the budget figures that you're looking at?
I would not be appropriate for me to share those at that time. We do have some numbers that have presented over a series of workshops. None of those numbers are final. At this point, it's really the expense number that we're sort of zeroing in on, but that is up for change over the next 2 meetings and potentially could change after that. The other big piece of this conversation, I think as it applies to the council in particular, is on the revenue side. So we have a number of different ways that we finance our schools. One is through some state funding, one is through taxpayers, and then we also have capital fund and fund balance are kind of the 2 big discussions that particularly at Finance Committee we'll be having next week. How we decide to move forward with that fund balance and with capital balance will significantly impact what kind of revenue we need to meet the expense budget. So it's a really important part of the conversation. And again, we're going to have all kinds of figures at that meeting as the board throws out, well, what happens if we do this? What happens if we do that? We'll be there in real time putting those figures together. So I suggest people join. Or if you're not able to do that, we'll be presenting it, and that will be streamed. That will be live streamed from our meeting. At the board meeting following that on the 16th.
Go ahead, Mike.
I just had a couple quick questions. What portion of your budget is actually mandated? And then the follow-up to that is what portion of that mandate is actually funded?
That is a highly complex question, and I would really recommend that you go to the budget page, and if you look fairly early in our budget process, on January 8th, we did a full presentation on the influences on what's called the ED 279. That's the formula by which we are given money. There is no specific mandate other than we do have to provide a public education for students, and we do have to provide for the main learning results. And then you get into, there's hundreds of different statutes, maybe thousands, that dictate what we have to do. That is not necessarily then immediately dictated in the formula, unfortunately. But the formula is very complicated in what we're expected to do and how that translates into what kind of funding the state gives us. We then get a portion of that based on local tax rate. But as I said, January 8th, we did an entire presentation just about how that funding works. That would probably be the best way to get your most detailed and accurate information on that.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I having served on the school board myself about 25 years ago, I could appreciate that it's a lengthy process to review your budget, and your costs, you have a lot of personnel costs that make it hard to make changes, to reduce your budget size, frankly. And there's a lot of pressure from the state and from parents to provide the best possible education for students. And so I appreciate your deliberations and look forward to working with you on that.
Yeah, as a parent of 2 children in the district, I certainly appreciate all the work and energy you put into, providing a great education for my children. I understand that there are budgetary impacts involved with that, which we will, I will participate in the process, certainly as a resident. I guess just one question, given the environment, just nationally, have you seen any revenue impacts that you're anticipating from any cuts that might be coming from federal agencies or the state agencies that process those?
Not at this time. An example would be, there was just a notice that went out, it was this week, might have been yesterday. The days are sort of squishing together for me right now, where there was a notice that folks who were using their COVID funds in an extension period, where people were given extra time to use their COVID funds, that they would no longer be able to access those funds. We have expended our funds and reported all of that already, so that will not impact our district. Beyond that, we do get federal funding through a couple of different sources. Again, I won't get into the detail of title grants because we'll be here for a while and it's not that interesting for most people. But essentially what we've been sort of given guidance from the State Department of Education and the federal, to the degree that they can, is that any impacts we would have would be potentially moving forward. So money that we're using currently for the current fiscal year, as well as any that may have been left over that we're allowed to use from previous fiscal years, should at this point be safe. And it would be a couple years out before we would see any impacts. That could change tomorrow, but as of the moment, this moment in time, we don't anticipate any impacts on that right now.
Yeah, I appreciate that because I know it's changing daily. So, any other questions or comments? No? Well, thank you, Chanda. That was great to have you here, and please let us know if we can answer any questions for you about our process. Or
Thank you. We appreciate it. Good luck.
Thank you.
Up to you.
Okay, next up is public comments of non-agenda items. So we will have public comments on any of the following agenda items at each point that those arise in the agenda, but this is a time for anyone to get up and speak to any non-agenda item concerns that they might like to express. There's a limit of 3 minutes per person. Anyone? No? Is there anyone online?
There's someone online, and if they'd like to speak, if you could raise your hand. I don't see a hand raised.
Okay, so I will close public comment of non-agenda items and move on to what is titled Old Business. And we will be having a second and final reading for the addition of private solar energy systems performance standards to the zoning ordinance. And I would like to open the floor up for a public hearing on this topic. Is there anyone in the room who'd like to discuss the amendments to the zoning ordinance related to private solar energy systems? Is the person online interested in speaking?
I don't see a hand, no.
Okay. Oh, I have it here on the screen now. I can look there. Okay. So I will move on to Council's consideration. I'm looking for a motion for the addition of private solar energy performance standards. Be it ordained by the Town Council of the Town of Gray, Maine, to amend the Town of Gray zoning ordinance, Chapter 402, to add private solar energy system performance standards, 402.6.12, and associated amendments to prohibit solar panels in Wellhead 1 and to allow PFAS-free certified solar panels in Wellhead 2 and BT2, and to amend the Commercial Solar Energy Systems Overlay District 402.8.10 to allow animal grazing. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Okay, moved Ann, second Levi. I know we've talked about this at length as part of the council. Is there anyone who'd like to make a comment about the question? Okay, so I will move on to a vote. Mike?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Ann?
Yes.
And I'm a no. So that passes 3-1. And I will move on to new business. Looking for a motion to appoint Andrew Barhite to the Resiliency Committee. I have a motion.
So move.
Second.
Second.
Second motion, Ann. A second, Mike. Any questions or comments? I know, Ann, you mentioned Andrew joined you at your last meeting.
Yep. Yeah. Delighted to have him well qualified and already engaging.
Yeah. Yep. I'd just like to thank Andrew for volunteering his time, and sounds like, as Ann said, he's well qualified. So, welcome. And I will go to vote. Ann?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. So I'm looking for a motion to appoint Bernice Corcoran to the Wild Blueberry Festival Committee.
I'd like to make a motion.
Second.
Motion Mike, Levi second. I just want to welcome Bernice to the committee, and she was served on the committee before I was liaison, but we're certainly happy to have her expertise. It takes a lot of work to put on the festival, and we're happy to have volunteers who can support that community event. Any other folks have comments? Okay, I'll go to vote. Anne?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. And so we will move on to what I believe everyone is here to listen to. Do we want to? We just want to open it up to public hearing. Do you have anything?
Yeah, I
you'd
have
like
a presentation
Okay.
to just go over the budget in general.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Great. So I will open up public hearing on the FY26 annual town meeting warrant articles.
Good evening, Honorable Town Councilors, members of the public. Thank you for joining us this evening to hear about the proposed budget warrants. The council has been busy over the last couple of months reviewing the proposed budget and have made some changes during those budget review schedules, and just want to go over the fiscal year 26 budget in general. So before I go over the total in general, I wanted to just talk about some budget challenges and opportunities that I introduced as part of our public hearing in February and have shared with the council along in the process. But we continue to be challenged by the state budget, federal tariffs and funding, the county budget, law enforcement staffing, continued cost increases in utilities, sand and salt, as well as fuel. We are challenged in revaluation. A number of community members experience tax increases as part of revaluation, so we want to be sensitive to any tax increases going forward. Another budget challenge is wages, wage scales that recognize years of experience to promote longevity and retention, as well as staffing. We had some half-year positions in the budget last year. Our fire department collective bargaining agreement, which had wage adjustments to support staffing in that department, and some staffing in at our transfer station. We also have some capital expenses that are necessary, truck replacements, as well as fuel tanks and some facilities improvements. And some opportunities that we were able to gain from this budget is a consolidated code and planning department. We had some one-time expenses from fiscal year 25 we were able to eliminate. We thankfully have continued steady growth here in the community, as well as some potential bond refinancing in order to more appropriately spread out the debt service over time and stabilize that portion of the budget. And as part of that consolidated code enforcement and planning department, we eliminated the planning director position and town engineer / project manager position. And as well as continued partnerships with North Yarmouth and New Gloucester provide opportunity for revenue for the town, as well as some better services. Some goals that we had as part of the budget to continue to support town council priorities, which is the village transformation project, finances, increase commercial revenues, housing, limit property tax increases, as well as exploration of wastewater. The goal was to have a minimal municipal tax increase. We're continuing to work on catching up on audits during fiscal year 26. We want to continue to promote community growth through business retention and expansion with our economic development department, as well as complete the comprehensive plan rezoning we talked about and have improved property tax collections. So we built upon the main budget goals from last year, which were financial accountability and sustainability. And one of the big tools that we introduced to help with that is the ClearGov budgeting software, which has a transparency module where you can see budget numbers and information from the current budget and previous budgets, as well as our proposed budget and various graphs and details regarding the proposed budget. So we hope that was well received. There's a lot of tools within that budget program that we weren't able to 100% use that we will be able to use more in the future. So we're excited to be able to have more information. And then we working to continue to lay the foundation for the future here in the community, which involves helping with stability in various areas. So as part of the budget goals and changes that we built upon, we had revised revenues from last year based on actuals. The Consolidated Code Enforcement and Planning Department will be a change that will be seen that the public. Our revised Economic Development Department with continued TIF funding and not being funded by the general fund property taxpayer. And then improved staffing at our Recycling and Solid Waste Department, also known as the transfer station, and the bond refinancing and borrowing for Public Works. Some future challenges that we'll see as part of our budgets is law enforcement, which Council had a healthy discussion about. Recycling and solid waste continues to grow in the community. And we'll have an opportunity with the Extended Producer Responsibility Program, which will potentially provide funding to help offset the costs to process recycling. And we look forward to hopefully seeing that in 2027 for calendar year 2026. And then our fund balance challenge is we continue to use fund balance to stabilize the property tax rate with a proposed use this year of $750,000 down from $1 million. And we hope to step that down all the way into fiscal year 28. We had a lengthy budget review schedule, which began in February. I delivered the budget to the council and the public on March 6th. And we had a number of town council budget review sessions on the 11th and the 18th. And then here this evening, it will be our public hearing, and our final approval of the annual budget warrants will be at our next meeting on April 15th, with the referendum town meeting scheduled for June 10th on Election Day, which will also include the school budget validation referendum as referenced by the superintendent and the election of various positions here in the town. So I want to talk about fund balance, which is a topic of discussion when developing a budget, and superintendent mentioned that as a discussion for the school as well. So as part of the town's fund balance policy, our fiscal year 25 tax commitment was $21,249,241. And the charter or the policy requires us to have 3/12 or 25% of that as the max amount, and the minimum amount is 2/12 or 17%. And in this case, we would need to have a minimum of $3,527,374 in fund balance to help deal with things, unexpected revenue changes or emergencies and things of that nature. So as part of our draft fiscal year 23 audit that we hope to receive later this month, the unassigned fund balance is $7,938,583, which is 37.4% of the charter requirement. So basically the reason that has happened is for a number of years, the town's budgets were over collecting revenues from what they had budgeted and under expending expenditures. So essentially, for lack of a better way to describe it, for a number of years, the community was overtaxed and shouldn't have had tax rates at the rates that they were, which was resulting in large contributions into the fund balance on an annual basis. And so as part of that, the town has planned some uses of that, but we want to be able to use those in an appropriate manner that doesn't become relied upon in the budget. More used for maybe one-time expenses such as capital or reserve funds. And so in that case, as part of our future budgets, in fiscal year 24, the same thing happened where the town budget over collected its revenues and underspent its expenditures, which is going to result in an additional $1,636,042 contributed to the fund balance. And then in fiscal year 25, the budget that we're currently in, we propose the usage of $1 million for that. And in fiscal year 26, we're proposing transfers of $2,250,000, of which only $750,000 is to support the fiscal year 26 budget. With that, there'll be an estimated remaining balance of $6,324,625, which is still 28.8% per the charter requirement. So it's more that's necessary. The difference in the fiscal year 26 transfers is an additional $1 million to be set aside for capital improvement projects for the future, and $500,000 to be set aside for a land acquisition fund that the town established a number of years ago. And so as part of a forecast that's also included in the budget book that was posted online, there is a forecast of this fund balance all the way to fiscal year 28. So it shows that even with a step down approach to the usage for the budget, we will still have the maximum amount required per the charter. So the final budget that the town council has concluded on as part of its budget review process, the administration, which includes the general administration, human resources, community development, or now to be called code enforcement and planning, economic development, assessing, general assistance, communications and IT, and elections. In fiscal year 25, that budget was $4,752,634. And in fiscal year 26, that's proposed to be $4,559,300, which is a reduction of $193,334, or 4.1%. Our library and recreation budget last year was $938,348. And just remind everyone, prior to fiscal year 25, the recreation budget existed as what was called an enterprise fund, and so it ultimately really isn't an enterprise fund, and so that budget was never incorporated into the general operating budget. And by us incorporating it into fiscal year 25, it looked as if the budget increased, but the revenues increased similarly to offset the expenses associated with recreation. And so that in fiscal year 25, library and recreation portion of our budget was $938,348, and it's proposed to increase that to $987,200, or an increase of $48,852, or 5.2%. Public safety, which includes fire department and law enforcement, in fiscal year 25, that was $2,175,903. And it's proposed to increase that to $2,557,500, or an increase of $381,597, which is 17.5%. Much of that is for the increased wages that was approved as part of the fire department collective bargaining agreement and the proposal for improved law enforcement coverage. And then Public Works, which also includes our Public Works Department, as it's known, recycling and solid waste, and facilities and parks. That budget was $4,121,775 in fiscal year 25, and it's proposed to increase that to $4,507,700, or $385,925 increase, which is 9.4%. And then debt service, which in years past had been included as part of the CIP budget and really should be treated separately and included as part of the operating budget, had in fiscal year 25 had $1,220,101, and in fiscal year 26, the plan is to reduce that to $1,041,518, which is a reduction of $178,583, or a 14.6% reduction. And then lastly, capital improvements were budgeted at $194,250, and that was to raise money from the property taxpayers to pay for capital expenses. We've reduced that to $47,000 for some smaller capital improvement projects that were outlined in general as part of the budget, which is a reduction of $147,250, or a 75.8% reduction. With that, it concludes to a total budget, which in fiscal year 25 was $13,403,011 to $13,700,218, which is an increase of $297,200, or a 2.2% increase in spending. And here is a chart that shows the percentages of each department as part of the entire budget. Administration and Public Works are 33% each, with public safety at 19%, debt service at 8%, and library and recreation coming in at 7% of our total budget. So with that, the estimated budget totals that I talked to you about, this results in a total increase in net needs or a total increase in spending without knowing any school information for fiscal year 26 of $385,336, or 1.37%. and that includes tax increment financing as well as the county tax. County tax came in at a 6.13% increase. And so we do have non-property tax revenues which help to offset the expenses associated with the operating budget. In fiscal year 25, those were $7,265,964, and they're growing slightly to $7,390,187 for a change of $124,223 or 1.71% in increase in revenues. With that, it gives us a cumulative tax needs total, which in fiscal year 25, the municipal budget needed $6,441,411 as part of this property taxes, and this year it will need only $6,310,031, which is a reduction in municipal budget needs of $131,380 or 2.04%. With tax increment financing in the county, right now and no information from the school, right now we're showing a reduction in actual property taxes that we need to raise of $43,250, which is a 0.2% decrease. And so with that we calculate a tax rate, which is set by the town, and that includes different portions of the tax rate similar to the budgets. In fiscal year 25, we had a municipal tax rate of $2.94. And for fiscal year 26, it's $2.86, which is an 8-cent reduction or 2.84% reduction in the property tax rate for the municipal budget. For the TIF, it increases from 43 cents to 44 cents or 1 cent, which is 2.16%. We don't have any school information at this time, and the county tax rate goes from 45 cents to 47 cents, which is an increase of 2 cents or 5.49%. And with that, we have a calculated tax rate that went from $9.70 to $9.60, or a total 10-cent reduction, which to the average property or average home in the town of Gray assessed at $476,000. In fiscal year 25, without any information from the school, would have paid $4,617. Will be reduced by $47.47 to $4,570 or 73 cents, which is a 1.01 cent reduction in the tax rate. So where have we come from? The proposed budget that I presented to the town council back in March has now decreased the municipal portion of the tax rate by 4 cents, and now we are reducing the municipal tax rate by 8 cents. We did that with some slight spending adjustments based on some various positions and things of that nature that were tweaked as we advanced the budget process. We were able to absorb budget growth with the growth in revenues. One of the things that helps to get the property tax rate where it is growth in valuation, and we forecasted about $18 million in new valuation within the town, and that will help to offset growth in the property tax rate. And then the reduced tax rate allows us continued budget stabilization, with the ultimate goal is to not have a tax rate that goes up and down all the time, at least from the municipal portion, so we can have some stability. And then the council also discussed separating the question regarding law enforcement improvements, as mentioned earlier, and that question is proposed on the draft budget warrants. And then lastly, I know a number of folks are here and folks in the community are concerned about the wage adjustments that I've been talking about with the introduction of a wage scale. The town had a number of situations where there was no pay equity. There was employees that were paid more because a department had liked them versus a department head that didn't like somebody. And so there was no consistency or pay equity across the board. And so also as part of that, we need to ensure that our wages are within market figures. And so I just wanted to address that situation in a little bit more detail. We acknowledge, the community to be engaged in that subject and concerns regarding those recent discussions, particularly regarding the wage scale development to support staffing the municipal operations. I would hope to clarify several points to ensure that everyone has accurate information. First, I want to emphasize that when preparing budgets, we never intend to harm the community. This includes potential service reductions or substantial tax increases, although these decisions are sometimes necessary. Fortunately, we are not currently facing any of these challenges, as other communities are and will experience in the coming weeks and months. In fact, our objectives when serving this community are to assist in stabilizing the many years of challenges the community has endured. Stabilizing finances and staffing are key components of this approach. Many of the town's previous challenges were directly attributable to instability and staff turnover. When considering increases in municipal spending, these decisions are made with utmost care. If we were to propose an increase in the municipal tax rate, the budget proposals that you're looking at would be significantly different. Since last year, I've been advocating for the establishment of the wage scale that I mentioned that recognizes employees' years of experience and maintains our competitiveness in the regional job market. This initiative was discussed during last year's budget discussions, was mentioned again at the public hearing in February, and during various budget presentations. I have been transparent about the necessity of this plan, and as part of this initiative, our wages remain within the regional average, not at all on the high side. This adjustment was also a component of the fire department's collective bargaining agreement, which was approved last year. It is noteworthy that Gray has been lagging behind in implementing such adjustments, while numerous municipalities were implementing changes like this in 2021, 2022, and 2023. Our objective is to retain our exceptional workforce and prevent employee attrition to neighboring communities or even the highly competitive private sector. Employee departures would likely result in increased costs for the town due to training and transition losses, which have historically been experienced here in the town of Gray. To effect these wage adjustments, we were compelled to make budgetary concessions. As explicitly outlined in the budget memo and again this evening, we eliminated two positions, the planning director and the engineer position, which collectively totaled $250,000 in compensation and benefits. Along with other strategic budget reductions, significant measures were taken to mitigate areas of increase without substantially impacting the overall budget. Consequently, the budget increases spending by approximately 2% and reduces the net tax burden by a comparable amount, ultimately lowering the municipal share of the tax rate for the second consecutive year. This year, the average homeowner will be paying approximately $40 less to support municipal operations. Let me say that again, $40 less residents will be paying to support municipal operations than last year. Therefore, the assertions regarding increased taxes and budgetary expansion are not reflective of the municipal budget's actual situation. These budgetary decisions are made in the community's best interests at heart, ensuring that we maintain and enhance public services without resorting to tax increases. I refer to this approach as stability. I am committed to transparency and having consistently communicated these changes through public hearings and budget presentations. Gray's adjustments in wages align with regional trends and are necessary to maintain competitiveness. In the long term, these decisions will yield substantial benefits, such as financial stability, enhanced employee retention, and diminished future expenses stemming from turnover and training. However, if the town council or ultimately the voters express a desire to reduce the overall budget, or even salaries for that matter, we will respect their wishes and implement any necessary changes. I strongly encourage community members to actively participate in future discussions and provide their feedback. I'm always open to conversations, and residents can contact me directly and I can explain the strategies as well as developing the budget. We appreciate everyone's input as part of the decision-making process. I hope that this clarification addresses any concerns and provides a clearer understanding of the situation, and I appreciate the community and the town council's continued support and understanding. That's all I have regarding the budget as a whole, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Michael. I do want to open it up for a public hearing, and I think the council should reserve some time after that to respond. But does anyone want to make a comment on the council before I proceed with the public hearing?
Can I?
Yeah.
All right. I did speak to a lot of people, so I'm trying to summarize. First, I want to express my gratitude to Mike and the staff for the tremendous amount of work and effort they have put into putting this budget together. We know it is a lot of hard work, and it is appreciated. With that said, I also want to address some of the concerns that I have regarding this budget. While I understand that the municipal side of the budget should never be expected to cut costs solely to allow for increases in our school budget, I do believe our primary responsibility as a board is to ensure that the town is run in a way that aligns with the desires and, the priorities of the majority of our residents. Over the past few weeks, I've spent a considerable amount of time reaching out to various members of the community to gather feedback, encourage you guys to review the town's budget and better understand what matters most to them. As Krista had mentioned earlier, many people don't have the time or the resources to thoroughly research these issues, and as a result, they're not always as well informed as we would like them to be when they cast their votes. It's important that we as a board members do everything we can to provide clear, understandable information about what the voters are going to be deciding on. In my, with my conversations, there are a few areas that came up of question that I wanted to bring up. The first one was workers' comp, that it increased by 39%. This is a significant jump, and I just need to know, they would love to know some more transparency around the increase and the justification why it's gone up that much. The transfer station. I got a call from a resident questioning the addition of a $61,000 transfer addition to the transfer employee, particular as part of the proposed job responsibility to include monitoring stickers. The concern is that in reality, the cost would be close to $80,000 when factoring in all the benefits, while the income from stickers is only expected to generate about $30,000. Their concern was that leaves about a $50,000 gap. The question raised was whether this expenditure makes sense, especially when we are working to reduce the cost of the transfer station, not increase the point where residents may choose to use an eco-main instead. Additionally, how many town jumpers, was their word, would the residents, would we need to make up that $50,000 shortfall? The big question is whether this service is truly needed, and if just giving out stickers with a tax bill would make the most sense. The third was salary increases. As Mike had mentioned, somebody pointed out that from 2023 to 2026, our salaries have grown from $2.7 million to $4.7 million, while the population has only increased slightly. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the increase for the local civilian workers from 2023 to 2024 was 3.8%, with a projected 4.2% increase for the following year. Michael did mention a minute ago, so I'll add this, that part of that, is the fact that we never did include the recreation in there. So that does make a little bit of a difference. We have added an HR director, an economic developer, and 2 additional finance associates. And the big question that was asked to me, if we just hired an HR director in 2025, why are we proposing an 11% salary increase? Why didn't we pay this person up front? Why are we making an adjustment just after the first year? The assessor's office salary comparison, I've heard repeatedly that we're trying to right-size our town to comparable similar-sized towns. When I personally did some research, I found out that we have $150,000 roughly in salaries, when a town like Cumberland has $84,000 in salary in 2025. I do understand that we do have 1 additional person, but the question is that why do we have 2 people for their 1 if we're the same size? Police department staffing, the budget includes the addition of a half-time police officer starting in January, costing proposed at $110,000. You mentioned that you would like to add another half-time officer the following year, eventually increasing staffing to 4 officers over the coming years. The proposal has been voted down several times in the past. While I don't oppose making this a warrant item for a public vote, I personally believe we need to be very clear about the true cost. It's not really $110,000. The full cost will likely be much higher because we're starting the position in January. which means it will impact next year's budget as well. The citizens do deserve full transparency about the true financial impact, and I would also support working with the New Gloucester and other towns that do not pay for their police coverage. But I am not in favor of expanding our own police coverage at this time. In conversations with over 40 residents, not one has expressed support for adding more police coverage. The land acquisition fund that is currently at $650,000 has been set aside for the purchase of land, with an additional $500,000 planned for this year, and the same amount for the next few years. I don't believe it's the town's responsibility to buy land unless there is a clear and immediate need, and that need should be discussed openly with the public. I don't think it's appropriate to allocate money for land purchases at the board's discretion without the voter approval. Two more items, borrowing and debt. I strongly believe that we should avoid borrowing for money unless there is a major long-term project that necessitates financing over the next 30 years. Borrowing for short-term projects will not last that long is poor fiscal management. Our children are already facing economic challenges. It's unfair to add additional debt for future generations to pay. The Village Transformation Project is a great idea. It really is. It's something that is just absolutely going to be wonderful for the town, and I support its concept. However, I also want to ensure that we have a clear understanding of the full costs involved. Are we thinking about the cost? And I know a lot of us here on the board, but I want everyone in this town to look at that we may need to join the Portland Water District. We may need to increase, have a sewer lines installed. We may need to increase our police department. As we look at this, what are the increased costs that we're going to have? We've hired an economic developer at a cost of about $2 million over the next 10 years. So, but before adding more services, we need to conduct a thorough cost-benefit analysis to ensure this benefit the town in the long run. Finally, I just want to acknowledge that our town is fortunate to have a town manager like Mike, who genuinely cares about our community, and it's difficult to find local talent for these positions. However, it is important to recognize that many residents want a quiet, rural community. They don't want us to become Cumberland, Falmouth, or Cape Elizabeth. We must be mindful of how quickly we grow our staff, our services, especially given the uncertain future of the federal funding and the recent cuts to state funding that have affected many of our citizens. Now is not the time for large raises or expanding our budget significantly. We must remain cautious and thoughtful in our decisions, especially when so many of our neighbors are struggling. Thank you for your time and attention to these concerns.
Thank you, Mike. It seems that was a combination of feedback you've heard and also your own opinions, but I appreciate the thoroughness. Any other counselors like to comment before we open
At this point, no.
public hearing? Okay, so I will open the public hearing. Is there anyone who would like to make a comment on the FY26 budget? Okay, one at a time, so if you state your name and your address.
Sure. My name is Sue Fuller, and I'm at Yarmouth Road in Gray. Today, I was online going through your packets. Could we possibly look at page 52 and 53 in your packets? And we might need Levi's help with this.
Our current packet doesn't have page 52 and 53 for
It
tonight.
ends at 38.
Yeah, it ends in 38. Are you looking at the ClearGov software? Is that what
It was online, it was in your letter, and it says packet, and I clicked on it, and it brought up expenditures by expense grouping.
Well, you can share your thought, and we'll try to find.
Well, no, you need to see it.
Okay. Do you know which one she's referring to?
I'll
Do you want me to come up and show you,
look at
so
the
you can see it?
updated.
If you'd
We
like-
can find it.
If you'd like, you could. Yeah, I could try to find it on what you're. There's other.
I think it's in the budget book.
The budget book.
Yeah, yeah. And what page did you say it was?
52. And then you look at page 53.
Okay.
We'll let the auditor look at it.
Okay. You just have to go back to the mic so the audience can hear you.
So check the salaries on that, and the other expenses.
52.
And I just want to clarify that we're not going to get into a big discussion here. We're going to have
Right,
everybody's.
but I found an error,
yeah.
so I just wanted to mention it.
No, that's fine. I'm not saying you're doing anything wrong. I just want to clarify for the room that we're going to hear everyone's thoughts and comments, and then we'll reflect on that and have a discussion at the end. So go ahead.
Okay. Did you get to the page so you could see it?
Yep, packet page 52
Okay, and
on
I
the
gave it to
budget
you.
book.
Look at the second page that has the description of all the expenses. They do not match with what you have there for numbers. Wasn't it like 750,000 in salaries? They do not match. Do you see that, Levi?
Oh, so she's talking
You're
about
looking at
page
the public works
49.
budget?
Yes.
Yep.
Page 49 and 53.
Do you see that?
Yeah, so,
Is that the one that
Here,
there
I'll
was a
sh-
public safety, there was an error in the?
They're the
That
exact
was
same
the
page.
department.
Yeah, you posted the same page twice, so we don't have a clear picture of,
that was the
Yeah, so
budget
this,
book
this one, there was
Yeah.
in the budget book, there was a glitch. And so the first time it was downloaded, there was a piece that was, and I know you had said we're not having a back and forth,
No.
but there was a piece of the public safety budget that somehow ended up on that page. And that was corrected a number of weeks ago and talked
well,
about
I
at a
printed
meeting.
it today.
Yes, so we identified this error in the budget book.
But if you go to the
but-
budget book website, it's all updated.
So
Okay.
we need to update the PDF.
Right, that's
but-
where I went.
The PDF link, but if you go to the budget book link that Mike is, it's a website that's updated.
The ClearGov is updated, yes.
Okay, I didn't know that. And the other thing I wanted to mention was, as looking through the different departments, it's not really a clear picture because all the benefits and quite a few of the expenses are now not there. I think you must be putting them under human resources, is that correct?
Yes, all the pay and benefits have moved to, the benefits have moved to
Well,
HR.
HR, isn't that pay and benefits? Don't they issue the pay and the benefits? So it doesn't make sense to do the benefits and not the pay. You should have the benefits like
Yeah.
you had here before.
I noted, we're noting your concern, and we'll take that into consideration, certainly.
All right, and then on page 49 here, you have 32,000 for allowance for doubtful. What is that for? I looked it up online, and it was just like uncertain, questionable. Can you tell me what that is?
I would like to refrain from going line by line through the budget. I'll allow this comment on what allowance for doubtful is, but I will note your comments and your questions, and would like to just, because this is a very large audience, if we go line by line in the budget, we're going to be here till
Well, that might be
2 in the
32,000 we
morning.
could cut out.
So we.
Yeah,
Madam Chair, we explained that as part of the budget presentation. The allowance for doubtful is for ambulance billing expenses that aren't able to be collected. And so in the past, they had been offsetting the revenue with that, and that's not an appropriate accounting procedure. And so the appropriate accounting procedure is to reflect the write-offs of that in the budget, because those are actual ambulance billing expenses that are written off. And so we're appropriately reflecting those in the budget. And I had explained that in the budget presentation about the Public Safety Department budget.
Okay, all right. Again, human resources. It just seems like all the benefits should not be there because it doesn't explain, it doesn't show clearly the cost to each cost center.
okay. You noted that, thank you.
All right, I went over that. All right. In the budget, you said that we share with North Yarmouth and New Gloucester. Was it an assessor or who was it?
New Gloucester, again, we're getting into back and forth. This was covered in all of the prior workshops, so if you would like to have more detail on these
Well,
line
I
by
was just
line items,
wondering,
I would encourage you to go back and watch those videos. But I will answer this question. The New Gloucester shared positions are for the broadcaster, and they are reimbursing us for a portion of that salary, as is the school district. The shared positions with North Yarmouth are for a portion of time that our code enforcement spends, and we are also reimbursed for those expenses.
And I'll just clarify, the school department's not
Yeah.
reimbursing us.
My apologies,
We have
yeah.
a use of service agreement that
Right.
we've discussed with the superintendent.
Right, which is new and we haven't fully utilized.
Oh,
Yeah.
so I have a question. The code enforcer is going to 103,600. Is that less what North Yarmouth and New Gloucester pays us? Or is that the full salary?
If people have direct questions about salaries and benefits,
We can take them all
I'm gonna
down and
note them
try to-
here, and then we'll try to congregate them into some sort of response that we can share with the community later. So your question is specifically on the CEO's position and whether the reimbursement from North Yarmouth covers
I was
that.
just wondering if the reimbursement, is it a full 103,600 that we pay plus North Yarmouth plus New Gloucester, or do we take their money and subtract it from the, I don't know, I just wondering how you figure that.
Okay, noted. I will record that and we will try to address it. If people have specific salary questions, we'll address that with some communications later.
And another thing I'd like to say, Gray is a small town, and I know oftentimes we like to compare ourselves to Yarmouth and Cumberland and Falmouth, and when you look there, they have a lot of oceanfront properties, many million-dollar homes, and last year, the taxpayers were stretched to their limits, and we've got to be very careful this year, and we've really got to do our very best in limiting costs. And I don't know if, I went through the budget, and I was just wondering, I would like to go through this to make sure if this is correct, what I saw.
May I just make a comment? If you have line-by-line questions, was it Susan? Was that your name? Yeah. I would just encourage you to maybe email us and the town manager so that we can respond to them in a way that is, accurate and also. You feel free to ask your question. I'm just.
Well, it's not a question,
Okay.
it's what I found, and I just wanted a confirmation.
Okay.
Town manager, wages, $91,600. The manager's vehicle, $2,400. Dental insurance, $1,700. Life insurance, $400. Health insurance payout, $12,400. $6,000 for a health reimbursement account. $8,900 for Social Security. $2,100 for Medicare. $700 for Maine paid family medical leave. $14,300 Mission Square retirement. And then in economic development, there was $30,500. So it brings the package to $171,000 plus cell phone, and I don't know what else. But when it comes to your salary, the whole should be, there shouldn't be $30,500 stuck down in economic development. The town manager is the town manager. It should be included in the 91.6 at the top.
Noted. Thank you. Anyone else like to make a comment?
Hi, Fran Monroe from Gray. Citizen, Fran Monroe from the town of Gray. And taxpayer. I'm wearing a mask, I'm not contagious, but I want people to feel comfortable in the room, so, my voice is scratchy. I'm going to speak about the TIF. And I requested activity of the TIFs. We have 3 TIFs in the town of Gray, and I want to see what was coming in and what was spending out of it. And I want to thank Dan McGuire, who was on the council, who did get me that information to the town manager, so I do appreciate that. We have in the budget packet for 26 transfers from TIF line. And for the budget amount fiscal year 25, it says we transferred $346,259. And so when I go to the document, it only shows 137,620 transferred. So there's a difference of 208,638, and which says in the summary that we did, but it doesn't show as an activity on the report. So the and then for 26, that number lines up. It says 350 is an estimate to take out of the TIF, and that's what it shows on the summary. So that's the number one thing that needs to be looked at. It's a lot of money. So we were told last year that we would be creating an economic development department that would be paid out of TIF money. And the amount that was transferred, which shows on here, is the 346,259. What was actually spent, there's only a quarter of a year left, is 80,665, whichever you can read. That leaves 265,594 not spent. The other problem is that, I think prior speaker might mentioned it, about the salaries, the full-time personnel salary. That salary line should read 102,200
I'm sorry, what salary line are you looking at?
for economic
For the Economic Development Director?
Yeah. So actually, it was 54,000 spent so far. So, big pay, something going to be happening in the next couple of months. But aside from that, I think some of the confusion here is the fact that the town manager decided to chop up a salary and put in different categories. So he put some of it into the Economic Development Department. This accounting is municipal accounting. When you do detailed accounting like that, you do it in the outside, manufacturing and all, where they have to get all the costs associated with particular products. This is not that at all. This is professional. You don't break up salaries. Just him being a town manager should be economic development enough. And doing that, you can't put a price on that. So this is very misleading. But the numbers are there. And also what happened was the town manager decided to take the utilities and items like that and transfer it into maybe into administration. That totals $30,910 that this expense report is off. It doesn't give a true picture of the actual department and what it's costing us. So we really need to step back and put the proper, it's easy enough to do, put the numbers back into the department it belongs, so that when you look at it, you can see the actual cost of that department. So that would make a budget, instead of 2175, it ends up 2206 for 25. Then when you start reflecting, doing your percentages, you have a true reflection of what really is an increase or a decrease in percentages. So, because right now, all this information that he presented, a lot of the information that he presented, the percentages are off. And they're negative because he transferred into a different department, or the positive because it's not there. So, the whole thing, the concept, in summary, one more thing before I go into summary. On page 24, you have this diagram, graphing, showing, the grouping, I guess, and, visuals, I guess. How can you have 22, 23, and 24 numbers when you didn't even have a department, economic development? You had a different economic development fund. But this graphing goes with this brand new economic development department. So none of this, you know, well, anyway, I'm gonna try to be nice. And then on page 23, Economic Development Budget Proposal. It says budgeted 298,842. The line describes it as an expenditure. 298,842. It's a budget, it's not expenditure. Okay, terminology. So for the Economic Development Department, there seems to be a need to go over and get a truer picture of what's happening with it. In summary, the TIF money, because I got off that subject when it's the economic development. TIF money, TIFs were created so that we can attract businesses, jobs, housing growth, all that kind of stuff, and to have funds available to accomplish that feat. And we created a TIF, 2 TIFs for 2 companies that were supposed to do just that. Also, we were supposed to end up with a hotel, restaurant, things of that nature, and all that failed. That's TIF 1 and TIF 2. They're about to expire. And the value of that property that now has been set aside in TIFs, which was supposed to be used for infrastructure and stuff like that, those 2 have, when they expire, has the council even gave a thought about what's going to happen in the future, in the next couple of years, with all that value being put into the town, that would more adversely affect the school district than the town, but still will be adversely impacting. Has anyone done any studies on that and see what's going to happen? These are actual, so you can do that. As far as the village TIF 3, I'm not familiar with all of that. But we're using money to buy Christmas tree lights with it. That's not economic development. We have to find out where's that big difference.
Hey, Fran, I don't want to be rude, but
315.
we said 3 minutes, and
Well,
we've given you...
No, it isn't. This is a public hearing.
We don't have 3
Oh,
minutes
okay.
on.
You're being rude.
Oh, no, I apologize, there's a lot of people I know that want to talk, so I
Okay.
apologize.
Yeah, I know, just traditionally during public hearings, we don't have a
Oh,
time.
okay, all right, that's my bad.
Yeah. Go ahead, Fran.
Thank you. So, the 350,000 planned to be taken out. It's to run that Department of Economic Development. And what else? So we don't have a full picture of what this TIF money is being used at. So if a big company comes in, wants to set up in the village, and needs infrastructure or help in setting up to create jobs and all that, the intent of the TIF, we're going to spend the money and we're not going to have it. So the burden now, either they go someplace else, or of course, start taking out loans and all this stuff. We have to really get serious about the TIFs and take a look and not be wasting some of the money. I call Christmas tree lights wasting, taking that money that's been accumulated all these years from a TIF. And, I have one more thing, one other department, I'll done with that department. On the police department. It's my understanding that we want to increase the sheriff's department because they're getting so many calls, they need more help, and they're welfare calls type thing. And I just found out that these calls are set up by homes opening up to take in people with needs. And I'm thinking, well, I heard anyway, that an example would be a corporation out of Portland would be housed, pay taxes in Portland, and all of that, but would get clients and send them to Gray, Maine. those clients are putting a burden on our services of police calls and fire and rescue calls. So the answer to that seems to be hire more people. I say maybe when I first came to town, and I'm not going to go off, but we had a constable, and that was it. Now we have what we have, and that's growth, and that's, paid for in a longer way. But we used to be able to go for a ride in the ambulance for free. Not anymore. You pay for that service. Even though your taxes provide you with an ambulance department, you still have to pay for the ambulance. So my suggestion to the council is to revisit those three lines in the budget on page 50 and eliminate them, or have the sheriff's department, if they share with you who is using his services to extreme, so that you can bill them. Those people can bill them to the municipality, or if they don't want to do that, then the sheriff's department needs to do the billing, just like the rescue department does the billing. I mean, they send out to do it, but technically, you have to pay. These businesses are not paying taxes, but yet they're putting the burden on the services. So there has to be a look at that and see if that's just one suggestion. There may be others, I don't know. I'm just coming up with a suggestion in order to eliminate. Why keep on spending money when the people using the service aren't paying for it to the full extent? I mean, they're paying house taxes, but that's it. So those are my two presentations for this evening.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Would anyone else like to step up for comment?
Hi, Judy Simino, Arlington Court. I do appreciate all the hard work everybody's put into the budget. I know it's a lot of work. I myself have been up a lot at night just looking at it. I had some concerns, and one of them is when we look at departments, there are actually 14 departments, and what they're doing is they're submitting their request to the manager or whoever it is, and they put that request in. And what seems to happen here is the request went in, and the manager actually increased every department across the board by almost $400,000. And so some departments got, like the IT communication department got an increase from what they had requested up by $60,000. The code and planning got $25,000 over what they asked. Other departments, economic development's $42,000 over. So there's a lot of departments in here that put in the request and they got more money than they asked for. And I think that's not, I think usually when somebody puts in a request for a department, usually you send it back and tell them to cut it more, not increase it. So, I mean, we're talking like a $400,000 difference. And I know there was an issue with the workers' comp wasn't put in under the requested on one section. I think it was in IT or something, but I did add that back in. So there is still like a $400,000 over. It's almost like it's padded a little bit. And I did go through line by line, but I'm definitely not going through that tonight. But that's $400,000 of additional money added to different departments that didn't even ask for it. So I do feel it was very difficult to look through the different departments because they have been moved around so much. Like all the taxes on employees' wages and stuff are now and all over in administration, and and also the parks and facilities is now got utilities and cell phones in it from every department. So you can't look at a department now and go, how much does it cost to run that department? So it's all kind of like splattered everywhere. So I really think it's inconsistent, and it really, like, if you're a business person, I've been in business for over 30 years doing financial services, so I kind of know this stuff a little bit. And so when I look at this, I say, okay, how much does it cost to run that department? We don't really have accurate numbers with this budget. This budget is kind of like it's spread all over the place. It's mixed matched everywhere, so it's not consistent. So the other things I had is I try to keep it as brief as possible. The other thing I have is I do feel the salaries are way out of proportion. I am sorry. Somebody making $100,000 a year is kind of a lot of money for like an assessor. The director of the rec department is $90,000. I mean, the library. Come on, the director of the library makes $100,000. and and plus benefits. And then we have somebody that has been here for a long time in the transfer station, has been here for the beginning of time probably, and he's paid the least out of all these department heads, and he probably has the most important job. You know, the transfer station is like a very big job down there, and he's got his hands full, I would think. And I just think it's kind of a disservice that some of these people have been oversalaried and others have been undersalaried. I know, Mike, you're trying to make it universal across the board and everything, and I do realize you're trying to do that. I still think there's a lot of cherry picking going on. I don't think it's still fair. I think it's very inconsistent. The other thing I wanted to bring up is I found about $900,000 in the budget, not even looking at details. I found it. The basic thing I found was it was $400 in over money that was requested, that given more money. Those $400,000, I figured, well, we'll cut $100,000 off and call that. That's $296,000 I left just from department head requests. Okay? I've also found $250,000 that you want to add for the police department. I don't think that's necessary. I think these group homes are tapping these towns, and I think that we're in jeopardy for that. I think it's a high risk for group homes to be in this town. I know it's a state law, but I think there's a way around it, and I think we need to find it. We either need to tap the wallets of these companies that are bringing these in, because it's our residents that are taking on the risk from these homes. These homes are not run right if we have to have police force on there on a daily basis. That's the $250,000. I figured $50,000 in personal development. There's $100,000 in the budget for personnel development. These people are already being paid an exorbitant amount of money. And I figured if we took, there's $100,000 there, if we took 50 of that, left that for personnel development, there's $50,000. I also don't feel we should be borrowing money. I think that we have enough money in that capital reserve, not capital, but the general fund. There's $8.5 million in that fund when I did my math. $8.5 million, we're way over. 37% is what we're at, and we're supposed to be down to, I can't remember what the number is, but yeah, 17 was the minimum, 25 is the max. So we're way over on that fund. And I don't think we should be borrowing money for trucks. There is a Public Works or Public Safety's got a bid in, has $650,000 they want for trucks. Well, they don't even have a bid out. Where's the bids? Where's the 3 bids? They just put $650,000, and we're going to borrow a bond for $650,000 for trucks that won't even last as long as we're going to be paying for them. There's more money in the general fund to pay for that. There's also a transfer that you want to borrow $150,000 for the Stillwater Fund, for the Stillwater property. The Stillwater properties already had a budget for $100,000 last year, and now you want another $150,000 for a Stillwater project. That's land that we're supposed to do something with. Well, what's the plan for that? Where's that $250,000? What is the use of the $250,000? I just think it's like money being sucked over there for something, and so I would not borrow any more money. That's $1.1 million we ought to be able to take out of the general fund. Mike, you had a great idea to refinance that bond. If that bond's too much money on that interest and we can get an interest rate lower on the bond, I would do it. I would not stretch that payment out. I would stay with the same amount of time we have left, because we're not looking to free up $50,000 for the year or something. We're looking to get rid of debt, eliminate debt. I mean, buy things that you have the money for and do not finance. Also, salaries are overstaffed. I do feel that we're paying too much. I mean, I know you try to get people to stay. I don't think that jobs are here because of a paycheck all the time. People like their job. People are going to do their job sometimes because they like their work environment, or because they like what they do, or or the benefit. Maybe they're having health insurance and don't have it for a partner. So it's not always just about giving an enormous pay. It's the other things that come with it. I think if you have a great environment at their job, that they're going to stay. There is longevity in the town. We've got people that have been here for a long time, and they definitely should be paid for it. But when I look across the board at the people with longevity, they did not get raises. They got the little raises, and other people got these exorbitant ones that only been here for a couple of years. So I thought, when I looked at what the raise increases were, just in five departments, I'm talking 5 departments, we've got administration getting an extra $87,000. 15% increase. Transfer station, $136,000 over last year's budget they want, 47% increase, because I think you want to hire somebody. The rec department, $60,000 more this year, 43% increase. Public Works wants $136,000 in payroll. Public Safety, $161,000. That comes to $591,000, just 5 departments that we're going to be hiring staff or giving larger pay raises than we already gave raises last year. And I just figure if we cut some of these exorbitant raises that we're giving it, 15% raises, when somebody's making 80 grand and you give a 15% raise, that's an enormous amount of money. A lot of people only get 3% in their jobs today, and they're fighting for those. And we pay an 80% health insurance benefit to these people. That's a lot of money. So I think I think they're very fortunate to work for the town. I told my daughter, quit her job, go work at the dump and collect those stickers, for God's sakes. That's $60,000. Like, good Lord. So that's $600,000 that I think, and that's just in 5 departments that I found are overspending for staff. And this is just 5 out of 14 departments. And so that's $600,000. I figured, let's cut it in half. And you take half, we'll take half. And let's just say we free up $300,000 from that. We'll let you have $300,000. And out of that, that total comes to $916,000 that I have saved just on the top part of this. Not even digging into the weeds. There's a lot in the weeds. There's a lot of stuff in there. There's legal, $60,000. Really, are we that much trouble? We got to have legal for $60,000? What are we doing here? There's all kinds of stuff that's in that budget that I did not touch. Warrants. We want to do a warrant. $500,000 for a warrant to put money in for that land thing. Really, how much are we trying to sock away for land? We're not in the real estate business here. We're not trying to, I don't think we should be pulling in all this money for land and owning all kinds of property. Yes, I get we need to own some for the downtown renovation or whatever we're doing down there, but I just don't think it's right. The other thing, looking at the warrants, I do not think we should be borrowing money. Flat out, no. I am just eliminate debt and be financially independent as a company. We are a business. We are running a town. It should be like a mean running machine. Find out these areas and button things down. We also are putting money in the capital reserve fund. $1 million is going to go capital reserve fund. What's the balance in that thing? That thing's going to get $1 million. What are we building that for? What is that? We're taking money we're borrowing from this place and out of here, and we're putting it over here, and there's piles of money everywhere, and what are we really doing here? I do think the refinance of the bond was a good idea. I thought that was very, very good to do some maybe bond refinancing, but not stretching it out over time. I think it needs to be eliminating debt and closing that gap in and just trying to really fine-tune some of these expenses. I think some of the departments can really nail down on some of this stuff. There's a lot of frivolous spending here. We're giving out $20,000 in cell phone bills. I'm like, seriously? What the heck are we doing that for? Who doesn't own their own cell phone? Are we paying for someone's family phones? What's happening here? We are buying vehicles. There's 2 new vehicles up last month. I looked through last year's budget. I didn't see anything in there. I thought 1 vehicle maybe, but I did not see 2, and I think we bought 3 vehicles in the last couple months. And are they really necessary? Are they even being used? So I think we just need to pull the reins in and freeze some spending here and freeze these pay raises and just kind of get a grip on our spending. The problem that you have, I think, is that we had budgeted, Mike, you did a great job. 2% increase, that is phenomenal, honestly. When you think about that, that's a good job. But what you're doing is you're borrowing money so you don't show it as an expense. And that's the problem. You want to borrow $1.1 million instead of adding it to the budget. You're going to borrow it so it doesn't show as an expense. If you put it in as an expense and paid for it, it's now an 11% increase over last year. That's the issue that you have. So we're not basing this on really a 2% because you're borrowing money. It really is 11%. And the school budget is not going to come in any less. They're not going to be at 0. That increase is going to be higher. I went to some of those meetings, and it's not going to be small chunk change. It is going to be pretty enormous. So I think it's time to dig down. I would not pass this budget. I think there's too many missing pieces here. I think it's too exorbitant. I think it's too high. I think taxpayers got hit last year, even though you're not increasing it. The school department's going to increase their side of it, and there's going to be another increase this year for taxpayers, and they're probably so fed up about last year that it's going to put some people right over the edge. I think we need to be more concerned about our folks that are paying these high taxes. So I want to say thank you. And Mike Johnson, absolutely wonderful job what you did. You really laid things out perfectly. I just want to say thank you for that.
Would anyone else like to make a comment?
My name's Lena Reichert. I'm at Sasha's Way here in Gray. And I don't have specific like line item things to point out. I can't really follow that last one. I agreed with so much of that. But I just want to say I think my biggest request would be for council and for our administration to really try to listen to what the folks are saying, at least within my own circles. I know most of the folks that I talk to, yes, we need to have some commercial to help offset our tax burden from the residential houses. We want the businesses that we have to be successful here in Gray. But most of the folks that I speak to are not big advocates of develop, particularly not with additional housing and things like that. I know there's only so much that we can control with the state laws out there on housing and whatnot. But I think my request is to make sure that our administration and our council is really hearing when folks are saying that a lot of the folks that have moved to Gray have moved here because we do want to be in a place that still feels very rural. It's great that we have conveniences, but having an economic development department, for example, is one thing that me personally, and this won't be something that everybody agrees with, but me personally, I would not like to see any funding there. I know that there was a mention of a position maybe being cut in order to help make sure that there's appropriate raises and salaries for other existing staff, which I thought sounded wonderful. I'm not an advocate of having that department in general. I think it's something that maybe can be incorporated within the community development department that we have in the various aspects. I'm a huge advocate of taking care of our employees, though, and good pay. That's one thing that I might disagree with than a lot of folks, too. It's really great to have consistent staff, folks that know what they're doing. When we come in as customers to town hall, to have somebody that can answer the questions and not have to look it up or get back to us 3 weeks later. So having good employees that know their jobs, that have been here for a while, some continuity, that is valuable to us as residents. And I support having good pay and benefits and whatnot. I would argue maybe that it's the folks that are on the mid-range, the mid-professional level, the mid-tier level that I would have preferred seeing that going towards rather than the higher administration level. But I know that it's competitive out there. I am a municipal employee. I know that positions are hard to come by. And so getting good staff to stay and turnover is really hard on the services that can be provided to our residents. So I was excited to see the breakdowns the way they were. I thought the presentation was easy to follow. I know it's really hard when things are done differently on a budgetary standpoint from year to year. If we don't keep our formatting the same and consistent, it makes it hard to be able to, for the public to follow what really is the change when we're reorganizing it. So I hope that the reorganization that has happened, whether we all agree with where everything should be categorized, at least if we can keep it consistent, it helps folks to be able to follow from year to year and feel like they're getting good, transparent info. So whether so-and-so thinks that it needs to be in this area versus that area, I think is less important than that we're able to try to keep it consistent moving forward so that folks can compare apples to apples year to year and look at where we're at. So just in summary, I'm not opposed to salary increases or to having, good benefits for good employees. I just would want to caution that let's not overhire positions that maybe our residents in general aren't feeling the need for those positions. So that is all.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to comment?
I'm Scott Lowell. I live on Ramsdale Road in Gray. I would agree with a lot of what's been said. There were just a couple things that I wanted to point out that I don't think got mentioned as yet. We presently have $4.9 million in unpaid bonds, and according to this, we owe $668,000 in interest on that, which is more than what we're talking about spending to replace trucks. With the refinance of part of the bonds and the addition to the new bond, we're adding another 1.9, which brings us to 5.9 of unexpended, unpaid for bonds, and over $1 million in interest that has to be paid on those bonds. And as some of the other speakers have mentioned, we have a lot of money sitting aside in different funds for different things, and borrowing more money to buy things, it doesn't make any sense. We already have $500,000 set aside in our budget specifically to go into a land acquisition fund that already has $650,000 in it. We have no plan for that money. There's no particular land that we intend to buy in the near future. My suggestion might be to take that $500,000 that's already in the budget and put it towards purchasing the truck, and take the rest of it from some of our unexpended funds. Even with the changes that we've made in the budget, we're still at 28.8% in our undesignated fund when we're supposed to be at 25%. So, if you want to buy more things or spend more money, take money from what we already have. I mean, borrowing money when we already have $5 million out there that we need to pay back makes no sense to me. The only other item, I guess, I'm not going to get into all of the individual line items. I guess in relation to hiring police for the town, where are we in relation to our crime level in the town, and how many of people that we already are paying extra to be available, how many responses have there been? How many times are the sheriff's department, how many times are they called out? What's our cost per trip, let's say? We also got to consider that we already have a state police barracks in our town. And any time that I've needed a policeman for something, I have not had any problem getting somebody to come. And a lot of times it's the state police versus a sheriff. But kind of like Mike brought up, I think that, $110,000 for sheriff's coverage it's not accurate, because we know that that's gonna blossom to $250,000, and then it's gonna blossom to $500,000. 4 years out from now, we're gonna be looking at additional training, vehicles, et cetera. And if we have a need, fine, but I think we need to assess the need before we just spend extra money for something that maybe we already have covered.
Thank you. Anyone else like to comment?
Hi, Bob Coleman, Valley High Road here in Gray. I do want to thank the town staff, town council, town manager for the hard work on this budget. I know it was a challenge, it always is. Trying to balance the needs of the town and the desires of the town to keep our taxes low with the needs and wants and desires of the people who run the town, who do the work that the town needs to have done, build the roads and take our trash and, you know, fix our plumbing and all the things that we have to do. And it's a challenge, I get it. But I do want to make a few comments. I did sit through most of the budget presentations this year, so I'm a little bit more educated than I have been in the past. But a few things I do want to just kind of mention, mostly as comments. One is just a consideration that maybe in the future the town would consider allowing public input during the budget workshops. I know by definition there's no input allowed, but we have a room full of people here that I think would love to have said something back when these items were first being discussed. Because I recognize how challenging it's going to be to make changes at this point in the process, because a lot of work and time and energy has been put into this budget, and we're approaching a deadline here with respect to the warrant articles and the election, et cetera. So just a comment for future to consider allowing public input to happen sooner. And plus, it's a lot easier to talk about something when we're actually talking about that topic in the budget workshop as opposed to after the fact. I do want to also echo Mike's comment about the importance of being completely honest with respect to the warrant article regarding the additional sheriff's deputy. We have to state the full cost of that. One of the things that Mr. Foley said in his opening comments for tonight's meeting was that one of the budget challenges we have to deal with this year is because of positions that were approved last year, half positions, that we now have to absorb into the FY26 budget. And this sheriff's deputy is an example of that. I think there may be potentially some other positions that we have that same problem. That's a self-inflicted wound. That's something that we make a decision to do. We tend to ease the burden on taxpayers by making it look like it costs half as much as it really does. So I just stress that if we are going to put that warrant article on the docket for the election, that it fully state the cost of that new sheriff's deputy, including vehicles, equipment, tasers, everything and anything that's associated with adding that deputy, so that the town can make an honest decision as to whether or not that additional sheriff's deputy is in fact worth the expense. One other thing I'll just mention, and again, pick on Mr. Foley, but he mentioned at the beginning of the meeting that the town was overtaxed for several years in the past because of, and thus it allowed us to add additional funds into our fund balance, essentially, to the tune of, I don't know, it was over $2 million.
I believe it was
$2.3 million. It was
1.6 million for that, the additional.
Yeah, so a lot of additional money was put into our savings. And I just want to point out that even a flat budget, meaning no increases, means one of two things. If we were overtaxed in the past and we have a flat budget, it means we're either overtaxed in the future or we're increasing expenditures significantly to essentially eat up that overtaxing that happened in the past. So though the budget looks very good, I mean, the fact that our mill rate may go down, at least for the town portion, I just, again, I want to make sure that people understand that yes, that is true, but we were overtaxed in the past, and now the proposal at least is that we're going to be taxed fairly, but it's significantly increasing expenses. The other thing I'll just mention, because I've looked at a lot of the numbers, I've looked at all of the numbers. I did some calculations, and if we look at one of the things that we always do with budgets is we compare the budgeted amount of last year to what we're budgeting for this year. And I know why we do that, but if it were up to me, the most important thing is not what we budgeted for last year, but what we actually spent for last year. Or let me clarify, what we will spend in FY25 compared to what we will budget for FY26. Because it's what we actually spend that matters. Right. And when I look at what we actually have spent so far year to date, and I used the financial statement that was presented to the town council at the March 9th meeting, I believe, and I ran the numbers, and right now, the proposed, but if I take that data, which represents about 70% of the year, and I project it out to the end of the fiscal year, and then I look at the top 4 line items for expenditures: administration, library and resources, public safety, and public works. The proposed budget is 12.2% higher than what we would expect to spend this fiscal year. So though the budgeted amount is only showing essentially a flat budget, the actual expenses are significantly higher than what we probably will spend this year. Now, I understand that everything's not perfectly flat and that we may spend a little bit more at the end of the fiscal year than maybe we spent at the beginning. I get that, I understand. But it's 12.2% or $1.3 million higher than what we would expect to spend looking at the current year-to-date expenditures. So it makes me nervous. These are general statements. I'm not picking on any particular line item or category or salary, but I just want to make sure that we understand that we are in fact increasing expenses probably more than we realize, even with a flat budget. And I am concerned about future budgets, again, because next year we will use the FY26 budget amount to produce the FY27 budget. So we sort of propagate this problem into the future, and ultimately we pay the price down the road at some point with debt service and with budget increases. So again, just general comments. I appreciate all the work. I know it's a challenge. I do think that we probably could sharpen our pencil a little bit in some areas, and I'll let others sort of find those areas and point them out. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to make a comment?
If I was on, then I had another question.
Well, let me just.
I actually want to talk about it.
Okay.
Sorry, Fran.
Go.
Okay. Jeez, I want to get up here before you do. Oh, my goodness. Hi, I do appreciate all what you've done, too.
Sorry, could you just introduce? I know.
I'm
who you are,
Pam
but-
Edson, and I am a citizen of Gray at 95 Yarmouth Road.
Thank you.
I brought with me tonight this little piece of paper, and I wish it was in color because you guys would all recognize it better that we're on the council. But this is for the January 13th, 2022 council agenda packet, which is the 2-tier salary adjustments that we were doing back in FY22. So unfortunately, Mike, this isn't a new idea that you have about the salary adjustments. We've been adjusting salaries now. This will be the 4th year. So I just wanted to speak a little bit. I don't want to beat a dead horse because everybody's talked about it tonight. But unfortunately, we were here last year speaking about it, and we're still here again tonight speaking about it because no one listens. So I just wanted to mention that HR in FY23 was at $70,000, and for FY26 it's at $100,500, and that is a difference of $30,500. I want to talk about the digital media, or now the communications director, who started at FY23, the budget was $55,000, and now we're at $83,400, which is a difference of $28,400. I want to talk about the clerk that's been here 2 years, that has got 2 $10,000 raises in 2 consecutive years. But the 2 that I probably want to talk about the most, and that I found the most egregious, is the fact that somebody else alluded to it tonight, was the transfer station. In this two-tier salary adjustment for the 23-24 year, there was nothing for Randy Cookson at the transfer station, except for probably the 2.5% or 3% raise that generally is what people got across the board prior to all the salary adjustments. And the library director, Randy's been here 23 years. He's the lowest paid department head, I believe, in our town. The library director, however, in FY23 was at $66,500. And now he's at $100,500, a difference of $34,000. So Randy got a grand total between FY23 and FY26 of $17,400. He works every weekend, and I would much rather be a library director than a transfer station director. That guy works every Saturday and Sunday. He runs that place. Everybody loves him, and everybody here can attest to the fact that that man works. You know, I understand that we want to pay people well. I mean, I don't think that's ever been a problem here. Our benefits are amazing here that we offer, our time off with, you know, Levi, you work in Wyndham and you work 4-4-4-10s, right? Is that what they're working over there? Yeah, well, here we're not. We're working 36 hours a week, and so it's not always apples to apples that we're comparing here, and it's really hard to compare around with every town, because there's a town that butts us that has oceanfront property, then there's New Gloucester, and then there's Raymond, and they have some waterfront property there. So, I mean, we can't always be looking at what the next guy's doing. If they've got, I mean, Wyndham, I mean, look at the commercial. I mean, look at the commercial that they have there, the tax base that they have to work with. Obviously, they're going to pay more. There's also a whole lot more work to do when you're in a big town. So I just want to say for all of you that, I mean, I understand keeping people and that we want longevity, but I mean, I want to live here longevity too. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, we all still want to be here when we're done with these raises. Okay. And I guess that's all I want to say.
Thank you. Any additional comments? If no one else would like to go first, I'll allow second comments. Go ahead, Fran.
I'm sorry to be back up. There were two things that I did not mention. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, something going on. The first thing was, where is the wastewater treatment budget? Where's the money to pay for the survey that was sent out? Okay, so that's, and what will it look like in this new 26 budget? And the other question I had, back to that, excuse me, economic department, professional services. It was budgeted last year for 10, spent 1,200, want another 34,000 roughly. So what is it, we need a breakdown of what professional services is. And personnel development is a new department. We should be paying for any development. So those are two questions I forgot to ask, but thank you for letting me come back.
Any comments before I close the public hearing? Oh, this gentleman stood up before you. One
Ken
second.
Farrington, North Raymond Road in Gray. I'm going to keep this short and sweet because I'm missing my favorite TV show. Everybody's mentioned the budget. Nobody's mentioned how much my taxes went up. And I think that's the whole problem why everybody's here. I didn't like it. I'm sure nobody else did in this town. So I think you need to trim the fat out of this budget a lot. And I don't think it's going to pass. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Al Ballesteros. I'm a resident of Gray, 30 Totten Road. I just wanted to mention very briefly 3 things. You, Town Manager Foley, you mentioned that you didn't want to harm residents with the budget. That's how you stated that. But when we are overtaxed, we're being hurt. So that's a thing to have in mind. You also mentioned that staff retention and stability was an important issue for you, and while I appreciate that, I think the public opinion is that when it costs so much, we're not going to be afraid to see certain people go if they prefer to get a better paid job somewhere else. And the very last thing, and this I say with all due respect, you said that you hope we will pass the budget as it has been proposed to us, but if the town doesn't accept it, you will accept the opinion of the town. That's what you said, if I didn't understand wrong. Please don't tell that to us. We understand that's how it works. The council is elected by us to work for us, and you are hired to work for us. You will have to accept the opinion of the town. Thank you.
Any further comments? Oh, are you getting up to speak? Yes, okay. Take your time, that's fine.
George Connors, I'm from Ramsdale Road. I'm pretty sure you're not answering questions, but my question is, who made the decisions on the salary changes? Is it a council, or is it the town manager? There just seems to be so many inequities on there. I mean, you know, it's like people have been here for a long time, do a good job, got very little. You know, the dog catcher gets $13,000. You know, just don't seem to match the job. So, like I said, I'd be interested in knowing if it's everybody on the council that come up with these numbers, or just a particular person. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay. I'm going to close the public hearing at 8:58 p.m. While we didn't answer questions during the public hearing to the best of our ability, I do want to address at least some of the items people raised. I was trying to take notes, so if I missed your comment, I apologize, but I'll do my best to capture it. If other counselors would like to address any comments, please just let me know. I'll speak to this last comment about who makes the decision on salary changes. The town manager proposes those adjustments to the council, but ultimately we make a recommendation for approval. But ultimately you, the voters, are the ones who approve the budget at the referendum. So if you don't like what we've recommended, it's your duty and job to express that opinion at the polls. The gentleman, was it Craig, I believe, mentioned his taxes went up. Yes, we did have a revaluation last year, which that rebalanced the tax rate for some folks. Generally, taxes went up for about a third of the community. A third of people stayed the same, and a third of people's taxes actually went down. So I understand there was a burden on those whose taxes went up. And some of you are here to express that burden tonight, so I certainly want to acknowledge that. Fran mentioned a wastewater treatment budget. We are not funding any wastewater treatment facilities right now. We are just funding an exploration of what that might look like. Mike, I don't recall where we budgeted for that survey, but maybe you could speak to that.
I can best explain. This is something that the town had considered before my arrival as part of the village transformation project, and I'm just carrying out the wishes of the town council and the town as part of the comprehensive plan. And so that study has been intended to be budgeted from funds that were set aside to support the village transformation project. And in the meantime, last year I had applied for a grant through the state to help with that, and we were awarded that grant in the amount of $50,000 to help offset whatever those costs are. That proposal is out right now, soliciting bids, and when those bids come in, we'll review and see if we have the resources to support that. What that will do is provide the town with information about estimated costs for a potential wastewater treatment system, and if that's something that residents and the council want to support.
Thank you for that explanation. Also, someone was inquiring about a number of things. There were several comments about the Economic Development Department. We will certainly note those suggestions. I know some of you aren't in favor of the Economic Development Department. The council has made a strategic decision to support that department because we do feel like diversifying the tax base is important, as exemplified by all of you here in the room today. If the burden is primarily on residential taxes, that's going to hit a lot harder than if that's spread out among commercial uses. And the whole point of having an economic development department is to support efforts to diversify that tax base. I don't know if you'd like to speak to the professional services.
Sure, if I may, just a couple of the items that were brought up. One, there was concern about my salary being incorporated in the economic development budget. That was proposed last year to incorporate 25% of my salary in the economic development because I do economic development activities in my role. And what that does is it allows those expenses to be shifted from the general property tax to the TIF accounts. So the general property taxpayer is not paying for 25% of my salary. And that's an eligible expense under the TIF guidelines for economic development activities. And therefore we can fund that position or that department with that percentage of my salary in there. We also have 50% of the communications director's salary as part of the economic development budget as well. He does communications and marketing for the town, which is an eligible economic development activity. And again, that cost is shifted from the general property taxpayer to the tax increment financing accounts. Ultimately, the goal of the economic development department will be to grow the revenues in the tax increment financing accounts. And so what tax increment financing means is when, for instance, the village TIF that was established, whatever the values were the day that was established, those are the values. As the values go up, and new businesses are built or businesses are improved, that money is set aside to support eligible economic development activities. And it's sheltered from a few things. It's sheltered from the aid to education formula. So if we had those higher values and they weren't in that TIF, the town would get less money in aid to education from the state. It also shelters that value from the municipal revenue sharing formula, which is money that the state provides, a percentage of sales and income tax to the municipality, and that valuation is sheltered from that formula. So we get more money, the town, in municipal revenue sharing. And then the last place it shelters is the county tax. So because that value is sheltered, we pay less in county tax. And so an example, Ms. Monroe talked about the future, the TIFs that are expiring, which I'll be bringing forth to the council to consider how to step those down and deal with those, and that's a plan that we're working on. If those TIFs were to expire, the tax shift the town would lose $800,000 in state revenue from those items, and they generate right now about $1.1 million in property taxes. And those funds are set aside in one case to support the development of Enercon, which is an agreement that was developed 20-something years ago, and the other was the South Gray TIF that was supposed to support some water expansion for a potential hotel or water park, some of which hasn't materialized. They actually, from an economic development standpoint, are kind of poor performing TIFs, though they have had growth and development, that value is sheltered from those formulas that I talked about. So by having those there, the town nets more revenue from the state and is allowed to spend those resources on other things, such as infrastructure investments or supporting economic development activities that are outlined in some of those various TIF programs. And so those are really financially beneficial to the town at the end of the day. If the town didn't have those, again, we would receive a lot less money in state support. The other thing I wanted to explain for economic development is with the TIF funding, again, that money is not charged to the general property taxpayer. So the general property taxpayer is not paying for the economic development services. It's being paid through those eligible funds that are sheltered and allowed to be used only for explicit purposes as outlined by those development programs. And then there was the concern about the professional services. So one of the positions that we proposed as part of the economic development last year budget was the town engineer and project manager. Ultimately, we determined that we didn't quite have enough work for that position, and that position was eliminated. And so as part of the professional services line, and one of the reasons that it's increased is because we put in some money for potentially project management services as well as planning services to support the village zoning, which money has been set aside to support the comprehensive plan rezoning that was talked about at the meeting prior to this. The other funds are used to support that rezoning activities to happen. So everything that's in the economic development budget is allowable TIF expenses under the TIF statute. The holiday lights that someone referenced, that was a proposal I made to the town council last year as something to help generate activity, bring people to the community. Hopefully they stop at a restaurant and spend money. And that was something that was is an eligible expense, and the town council supported it last year, and the voters ultimately supported it. If that's something that the town council doesn't wish to support, it's an initiative that I had hoped to continue to help bring some positivity in a dark time of the year, as well as hopefully generate some activity for our businesses and future businesses here in the community. I think I covered most of the economic development concerns.
Yeah. Thank you, Mike. That's
yes, my pleasure.
Really helpful. I know Pam made some comments about salaries, and I want to come back to salaries in general, so I'm going to just touch on a couple other things first.
Actually, before you transition, there was the TIF balances that Ms. Monroe also brought up. So the numbers that you asked for current expenses for the TIF. So I gave you those current expenses. The number you saw on the budget summary is what the estimated expense was for fiscal year 25. Fiscal year 25 is not over. And so the current numbers that I gave you don't reflect the budget finalized, and our finance staff will have to make journal entries to record all the appropriate salary separations and things of that nature that I described earlier. So the money that the 100 and something thousand that was for fiscal year 25, that's because the budget is not done and those are not. But the number you mentioned in the budget summary, that was what was estimated as part of the fiscal year 25 budget. And so the numbers going forward are for the fiscal year 26 budget, and therefore those balances will be updated when the fiscal year ends.
Thanks, Mike. So I also want to address the fact that what Mike alluded to earlier about how our general fund is so large because we were overtaxed. One of the reasons we were overtaxed is because we did have turnover in our finance department, and we also had a very small staff, and it was hard to monitor what was happening on a day-to-day basis effectively, and also present all that information to the council. Mike has done an excellent job of hiring professional individuals who have gotten our finances in order. He himself has overseen that process. We are on much better footing with our auditors. The audits that are overdue are set to be completed in the next 6 months to a year. And it's just much more professionally run and presented to the council so that we can identify those inconsistencies going forward more effectively. Regarding public comment in the prior budget workshops, we actually have implemented public comment on all our workshops in this session and going forward. I hope the future councils will keep that on the agenda. We certainly encourage people to come and participate in all of our budget workshops and any meeting for that matter. And if you have public comment to share, we would love to hear it, certainly before we get to the end point of considering items. I know that there are different ways to look at budgets. Municipalities operate a little differently. Comparisons year to year are difficult because we haven't completed our expenditures yet. But I'm sure Mike and his staff will look at best practices for municipal finances going forward and how that's presented to the town. I do think this year's presentation was a lot more clearly stated and easy to digest, and I'm hoping that will continue. That trend will continue. We definitely have heard from several of you that borrowing is a concern, especially when we have balances in our general fund, and I think I would like to address that as a council when I get through these questions. Similarly, there's concerns about the full cost of the law enforcement question on the warrants. I think we should also touch on that. Several folks raised a concern about how we had shifted utilities under the facilities and parks budget and also the benefits under HR. In years past, it was very difficult for councils to truly understand how much we were spending on gas and electricity and legal and benefits. And our suggestion was to group those into those specific departments that manage that type of work so that we as a council could better understand the whole costs of those services that we're spending money on rather than department by department. And similar for salaries and benefits. So I think that's the bulk of the questions. Some people kind of raised similar themes. I'm hoping I addressed most of them. But I would like to open it up to the council to address anything I might have missed, or if you have any comments you'd like to share. And then I would like to just touch on the themes that several people raised about the wording on law enforcement for the warrants, and also borrowing versus general fund spending. And Mike, you had something?
I wanted to quickly mention there was a discussion, I think from Ms. Simino about the budget requests versus, so what happens, the department heads, I provided budget guidance and they work to either meet that budget guidance or less than that. They understand that residents are concerned about expenses and they work hard to minimize those cost increases. When we review the budgets and we look at expenditures that have actually taken place and talk with department heads, collectively we recognize that there's changes to be made in those budgets, and that's why we make some of those changes. The other item that wasn't included in the department head's requests and why it seems like such a large number is they didn't include the personnel budgeting request, because that was something that I had proposed at my point of the budget. So they didn't request the salary changes or anything of that nature. When the budget got to me is when I proposed the salary wage changes to best support the departments specifically. So those increases from the requested figure versus what I proposed ultimately increased because we talked amongst each other and made changes and things, and either fuel accounts or overtime accounts or repair lines, because we collectively agreed that they needed to be changed, and because the salaries. And then lastly, I just wanted to quickly mention the salaries. So as part of the salary adjustments, I compared similar positions in similar communities regarding wages. There's been talk about the transfer station manager. He's the hardest working employee in this town. Nobody works harder than him, and others will be offended, but I'll say that up front. If I could pay him $100,000, I would, but I can't look at area transfer station managers and see that they don't make $100,000 and propose to pay a certain position $100,000. As part of the budget proposal, I proposed to increase the salary. And I think a lot of the analysis that people have done is not of the lower level employees, because lower level employees are receiving 10 to 15% wage increases. Our public works department, all the people that staff the transfer station, they're all, because those positions were grossly underpaid. You can go and make $25 an hour to work at McDonald's or fast food restaurants or things of that nature. So we need to be competitive with that. Those positions all are hard workers that work in the elements. They're out in the field, they work crazy hours, they work weekends, they do all those things. I recognize that in making those adjustments. So yes, people have picked apart department heads that have received larger increases, again, because I've compared those to area municipalities. But all the lower level employees, specifically that are out in the field, have all received substantial wage increases. And that started with the fire department and the town council support of their collective bargaining agreement, which they approved last fall in order to be able to properly have a staff fire department. And those items transitioned consistently across all the other departments, and that was ultimately. But anytime if there's a position that somebody can provide statistics or data that they're not being paid appropriately, we will revisit those in future budgets and different times. And that's ultimately what we do on an ongoing basis to make sure that our staff, and many of the positions that you've talked about, yes, there's a lot that have been here long term. Some of those public works employees were all paid $25 an hour, the same as someone who would start tomorrow. And the proposal is to recognize employees that have been here a long time, 30 years and things of that nature, to recognize those and have some consistency across the pay scale. So I've worked really hard to try to balance that while minimizing the increase. If the budget ended up with a municipal tax increase, I would not have proposed the wages at the same rate. I'm trying to manage those appropriately in the budget and better manage it in the future going forward. In the future, it'll be a lot easier because we can just apply a cost of living adjustment on the wage scale that we've established using an index like the CPIU or something with a consumer price index to make sure we're consistent with what's happening across the board. So I know it's not perfect, but I worked really hard to try to balance that and ensure that our employees are treated fairly and we can keep them and not have the transition that we have had in some of the more critical positions like the chair mentioned, finance and clerk and things of that nature. So I'm working really hard to stabilize the town, both from a staffing perspective and a financial perspective. And it's not perfect, but I'm trying hard in order to do that, to limit the impact on the community.
Yeah, I'm sorry, our public hearing has been closed. Okay, we need to move on. The counselors, do you have any comments? Go ahead, Levi.
Yeah, so debt was a clear hot topic tonight, so I want to really hit that one.
Are you talking about salaries?
No, just debt.
Oh, debt, sorry.
So future generations aren't inequitably paying for it if the length of the debt instrument matches the useful life of the asset. So, for example, if you have a public works vehicle with a 10-year useful life and a 10-year bond, then the next 10 years of taxpayers are roughly paying that same 1/10 share spread out. That's basically the definition of a truly equitable spread amongst the tax base. So, moreover, if we're receiving a decent interest rate on our cash held like we are now, that further really increases the value of the usage of debt when we're collecting that interest to alleviate most, if not all, of the interest payment over time. That's based on also having a reasonable interest rate on the bond, which, based on the cost estimates that we have, were very reasonable. So utilizing debt is really a vital tool to stabilize the mill rate. If you don't utilize debt, you simply won't be able to afford all the necessary things for the operation of the municipality. It takes a long time to build up fund balance, unless you're doing, as was mentioned previously, where you're grossly under on your revenues and that carries for years. Then you can build it up pretty fast, but normally it takes a while to build it up. So if you put it into a rapidly depreciating asset that will need to be replaced, that's not fiscal sustainability, it's the opposite. When that asset needs to be replaced, there's going to be a hole in the budget equivalent to the cost of that vehicle. So what happens at that point is that you have, say, this $600,000, now you need to come up with that, and that's going to go right back to the taxpayer. Otherwise, if you bond it, you have $150,000, for example, already built in as a payment. Now, the cost of the vehicle at the end of it is going to go up a little bit, but if that $150,000 payment becomes $165,000 payment, it's a $15,000 hit to the taxpayer base at that point. It's not $600,000. So you really have to keep that in mind when you think about debt.
Thank you. That's helpful perspective. Anne?
Yeah, just a few things. I know from the time that I served on the school board 25 years ago and to the, during the time that I've served on the council, I know that we've really tried to sort of benchmark our salaries, not to just 1 or 2 towns, but to 8 or 10 towns across especially the Cumberland County region, who are competitors in essence for in the labor market. And I know, for example, at the school district, we saw this consistent pattern of we would hire new teachers and we would train them and kind of get them in their initial professional experience, and then they would go to work for Yarmouth because they got paid so much more. And so then we'd have to start over with a brand new somebody just graduating from college or something, and that was a burden for our administrators. The hiring process, it isn't in the budget. Like, we don't have a line item for hiring, but there's a definite cost to that. And so it makes sense to me, and I think Michael's done that, to kind of benchmark the salaries to surrounding towns that are, as I said, they're competitors in the labor market. And keep in mind that it's not just our salaries that have gone up over the recent years, but salaries across the board. I mean, not just in Cumberland County, not just in Maine, but across the nation, there's been a big increase in costs, all over the place, and salaries are just one of those. So I just wanted to try and provide some background on that. Let's see. I think that, the debt discussion, I really appreciated Levi's discussion of that. I know there's been a concern about the Economic Development Department. I've been watching and trying to sort of participate in some level on the economic development stuff in Gray, or just been an observer of it for over 35 years. And what I know is that, we can't wait for some guy on a white horse to show up and say, oh, I'm going to be the solution for all your economic development problems or needs. And, we have to do it ourselves. And that's one of the reasons why I've committed a lot of my time to the planning that has undergirded the Village Transformation Project. I know that Denise, our Economic Development Director, has been in touch with a lot of business owners, has been able to provide them with useful tips on, ideas for getting, funding for different purposes. And it might behoove us to have Denise come to a future council meeting and just sort of talk about the kinds of things she does, so people understand better how she is assisting the town. And to reiterate what Mike said, I mean, she's not costing us as taxpayers any money. I mean, her salary is covered by the TIF. And the TIF is a good thing. It's good for our town. It shelters our valuations from the school, revenue sharing, and school and town revenue sharing, and they're a helpful economic development tool, and we're using it appropriately.
Thanks, Anne. Mike, did you have any?
Yeah, for Fran, I apologize. I didn't mean to be rude. That was not. I just was hoping to get as many people to talk tonight as they wanted. I just hope that that the town's listening, that the town manager's listening to whatever he was saying, because this is just a small portion of people that I've heard from. I heard from probably 35 people that aren't here tonight that feel pretty much similar to what they're saying. I think anybody would be foolish to be looking for a job right now in this market with so many layoffs that are happening state and federally wide. I don't think anybody, I think we should pay people equitably. But I also think that giving someone, raises, $30,000 raises over the last 30 years is a lot. I haven't seen that. Most people that I've talked to over the last few years have gotten very little to no raises, and that's unfortunate. I think that we've got a great community. I think we've got great benefits. I think in the past we had issues, but I don't think that giving these significant raises like we are is needed in all positions. We've hired some great people, and I want to keep them, but I don't think in this market that anybody should be changing jobs right now for a few $1,000s. That's just my opinion.
Okay.
Something about this budget thing. I'm a little
Too late.
about this.
Yep, I'm sorry, the public hearing is closed. I would encourage you, if you have additional comments, to contact the counselors or Mike.
I still want Judy Grant, I think, is so underpaid. You go up there, she's serious.
Okay.
That's her answer.
I understand.
3%.
Yes, please do send an email. I hear what you're saying, but I appreciate an email since public hearing is closed and folks at home can't hear you. So things that council might want to revisit, the wording on the law enforcement to reflect full cost. I think several of us have addressed the wage increases, but if any counselors would like to revisit that, let me know. And then Levi touched on borrowing versus general fund use. So I think I understand your point of view on maintaining the borrowing that we've suggested. I would agree, because I do think it helps stabilize the tax rate, and I'm comfortable with the strategies Mike has outlined. Mike, I think you've expressed that you would like to adjust that strategy. And there's 4 of us here, so.
Yeah, I'm happy maintaining it.
Okay, so we're going to maintain the warrants regarding borrowing as is.
And I would love to talk about debt with anyone who wants to, or is still concerned with that. By all means, reach out to me and we can have a conversation.
Yeah. Mike, I guess I'd like to get your perspective on the warrant article, the wording around the law enforcement position. The way it's currently worded, was the costs were just the salary costs for, no, it was the salary and equipment for this half year?
Yeah, so hold on, let me just get to that question. This was,
It's Article 5 on page 33 of the packet.
it's, okay, so Article 5 is the question. It says, shall the town vote to raise and appropriate an additional $110,101 for contract law enforcement services with the Cumberland County Sheriff's Office to increase dedicated patrol as recommended by the town council? And the note says the town currently has dedicated law enforcement patrol Wednesday through Saturday, 7 a.m. to 2 a.m.
Do you want to just pause? I see that a lot of people are exiting. That's fine, but if you could just take your conversations out into the hall so that we could continue with this process. I'm just going to pause while you exit. Thank you. Go ahead, Mike.
So it just says the town council currently has dedicated law enforcement patrol Wednesday through Saturday, 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. This proposal would add dedicated patrol Sunday through Wednesday, 11 a.m. to 9 p.m., beginning January 1st or January 1, 2026, with the intent of making this a year-round position in the future. And so the current half-year estimate for a sheriff's deputy right now, the price will change when they give us the numbers for next year, is approximately $63,000. The capital cost to outfit and start the law enforcement position is $118,000. So next year, the cost for the capital costs will decline because we won't have those, and then the cost for the position will actually increase. So I think at the end of the day, it'll be a net increase, but it won't be a complete net increase. And I'm not sure, someone had made a comment that it was going to be my recommendation to propose to add another position next year. And that never was a proposal that I was going to make, because we would want to recognize and see the impacts of this position. And I didn't come to this conclusion just because this is what I want to do. In most cases, we rely upon the professional advice of the professionals who serve the community. And the Cumberland County Sheriff's Department is our professional law enforcement agency. And they recommended, when I first started here, and I didn't propose it as part of last year's budget, they recommended that we work to potentially try to get some increased coverage because the Gray deputies are really busy and responding to a lot of things in the community, some of which some people talked about. And because of that, we had the Sheriff's Department join us at a workshop last month to explain the reasoning behind that. And we have a similar call volume and similar population as the town of Standish, who has 8 sheriff's deputies, and we only have 2.3. And so as part of this proposal, we'll eventually get to having 3.3, and then maybe someday we'll get to 4.3. I don't know if and when that will happen. And so it's not something that I'm proposing to increase or grow exponentially. This is simply just to see what the impact is and if this provides improved service for residents. We do get a lot of concerns from residents about traffic in the community, speeding vehicles, and more presence in the community will be able to help us address that. I did hear one member of the audience reference that the state police responds to calls in the town of Gray. I don't know when that ended, but it's been a number of years. The state police does not respond to calls in the town of Gray unless there was a big emergency that necessitated people from responding from all over the place. They would respond. But if someone called to report speeding vehicles or that their car got broken into or something like that, the state police does not respond. But I think that's something that existed at one time, but it's not something that exists right now. And so the question specifically, I put the intent of making this a year-round position. I talked a little bit about this with Councilor Gass, is the next year the council or the voters could vote to not fund the law enforcement position. So it doesn't mean by us putting it in the budget for this year, it doesn't guarantee that it's in next year's budget. The Sheriff's Department might not fill the position, or we might realize it's not needed and we could propose next year to not use it or not fund it. And the equipment that was purchased could be held and possessed by the town to use for replacement vehicle for the existing staff or replacement equipment for the existing staff. So it's hard to say what the future cost is because it's an annual decision. It's a year-to-year decision. So I can add more information to the details about each piece of it, and then explain what's going to happen in fiscal year 27. But again, that's not what's being decided as part of this warrant.
Yeah, I don't think we need to add FY27 because, as you noted, we could change that from year to year. But this $110,000 that we're quoting, that's the cost of the $63,000 is what you said salary for a half year plus the capital expenses that we need to outfit the vehicle.
Yeah, and so last year the council supported. We had the Sheriff's Department had a replacement vehicle.
Yeah.
And last year the council agreed that going forward we would keep that number in the budget in order to build up a reserve fund. So that way in the future, when they say, hey, we need a replacement vehicle, we don't increase the budget by $72,000, which we had to do next year. We would set that aside. So when we talked about this here at the council as part of our budget workshop, we had mentioned that we would recommend keeping that to set aside, that vehicle set aside. So the 110 is literally the increase over that vehicle replacement for the capital expenses and the approximately $63,000 for the deputy.
Okay.
So that's where we concluded that 110 number. Those are actually the increased costs. So if the residents vote no on that question, $110,000 won't be raised to support the increased law enforcement coverage, but we will still raise the money to set aside for future replacement vehicles.
Right.
Which is a smaller portion of the capital outlay for a sheriff's deputy.
Okay. Well, I mean, you mentioned that you could maybe explain it better or break it down by cost type, or that would.
I think that's what.
Yeah, I think
So maybe
just a little bit more detail.
So break the 110 down to the number of the capital costs and the
Yeah.
number of the salary
Yeah,
costs.
and then clarify that, we would need to potentially vote on this again going forward.
Okay.
But one question I had about the coverage period was, right now we have coverage Wednesday through Saturday, 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. This would add the way you've worded it here is that it would add an overlap during Wednesday?
Yeah,
so
so-
would there be 2 officers on duty on Wednesdays? Is
One
that-
of the things that we're stuck with is what the sheriff's department's schedule structure is.
Right, okay.
And they have schedule structures and shift structures that are part of the collective bargaining agreement associated with the sheriff's department officers. We could pick a specific schedule that we wanted, but they do work 4 10-hour days. And so we'd have to have some overlap at some point, but I could propose to them a new schedule if we wanted it to work 8 a.m. to what would be 10 hours of 6, like to 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Those days. We could propose that. This is what they recommend as the coverage to get a start and a feel through the core of like the law enforcement period, where a lot of times the daytime, the core of the day is the busiest time, and then the evening. And so that provides the evening coverage. So on Wednesdays, one of the complicated things that happens is there will be overlap, which will allow for training, which will allow for additional coverage. It'll also allow for potentially more staff to support traffic enforcement. Those are some of the things that they've talked about. There is potential that they might be able to obtain a grant to support a K-9 associated with the addition of this new position. So there wouldn't be a cost to the town for that. And so that would realize we would have a deputy that also had a K-9 that would be available to the community if that grant is received. That's something that they want to pursue. And so there's a mixture of opportunities, but it does, to answer your question, it does ultimately create overlap.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to better understand what that meant. I guess I understand this is a recommendation coming from the sheriff's office for this schedule, but I would potentially advocate for overlap on a different day if that's possible, like
The weekend.
like a
I'm not
weekend.
sure I can do that.
I don't know. Okay.
I can ask.
I'm just
yeah.
thinking Wednesdays probably aren't
So maybe
a
like you're thinking maybe
busy
like
day.
Saturday to Tuesday,
Something like
or
that.
something like that. Yeah,
Yeah.
I can ask if that's possible.
But I think the real takeaway tonight is that we need some clarity on what these funds will cover for folks on.
Okay. So I can break out the 110 to say what's capital and what's personnel.
Yeah, with salary and benefits
And
and
then,
what's.
do you want me to make any change to the note?
I think just what you mentioned about how this could be voted on in future years.
Okay, so
somehow.
this, like something at the end that says this could be voted on next year as well.
Something to that effect, yeah.
And I mean, in the future, the end of that last sentence there, with the intent of making this a year-round position in the future, I mean, I feel like that's a little vague, and we could maybe be clear that in FY '27, right? I mean,
Do you want me to put estimated cost for FY '27?
no, I just think with the intent of making this a year-round position in the next or full-time position, not a year-round, a full-time year-round position in the next fiscal year. Or in fiscal year '27 maybe is the clear way to put it. I think, because in the future, it sounds like it might be, 5 years from now, or, could be anything. I think your intent was really to ease into, I mean, it was I think, a reasonable intent is to kind of ease the impact of the budget this year by creating, by starting it halfway through the fiscal year and then making it full-time the following fiscal year. That was what your plan was, right? And I think it just would be clearer if we said, summarize that intent.
I will work on that.
Okay.
It
is getting late, so I want to try to get us moving along here. The last thing I want to touch on, or there's two things actually, was just whether we're all on the same page with wage increases. And then secondarily, it came up a couple of times about whether or not we should be putting that $500,000 from the general fund into the land acquisition fund. So I just want to make sure from a policy perspective for the council if we want to continue to pursue that as a strategy. So let me touch on that last one first because I think it's the easier conversation. I forget which warrant article that is. I'd have to look here.
It's 14.
14, thank you. So we made a strategic decision a couple councils ago to build up this fund balance for land acquisition because there's been multiple opportunities related to the village transformation project that have arisen in the past that were hard to respond to, and there might be some in the future that we will need to be nimble to really pursue as a strategic acquisition. And also, we have an open space plan that might call for land acquisition in the future, and having these flexible funds that still require a public hearing if they were to be spent, but are ultimately approved by the council would be important. So the question is, we have a balance in there. Do we want to continue to build that up with this transfer of $500,000 from the general fund? Are we agree that that's still strategically important?
I mean, it does feel like a lot of money. I just want to be clear that this isn't necessarily the town acquiring property.
Right.
It really, property is expensive, right? It's gone up quite a bit in the last several years. What ends up happening is that these funds can be used to leverage other public dollars, like the Land for Maine's Future Fund is one example. So, sometimes it's helpful for, in some of the uses that we've put this kind of money to are, doing an appraisal for a property that we're interested in, or, building the parking lot for the new Thayer Brook Preserve. That only cost us roughly 30 grand, I think, and the entire rest of the cost of that acquisition was borne through other funding. So it's a really helpful tool for us in land acquisition to have these funds, whether it's open space or buying a key property in the village, the way we did with the Gateway property. And yeah, in the Gateway properties case, it's remained under town ownership for a period as we have worked through the village transformation project process. But ultimately, that land will be more valuable, and we'll be able to control our destiny. More importantly, I think there's value to having it. I'm not advocating that we put in that kind of money every year, but we have the money available, and I'm supportive of putting it out to the voters to decide.
Yeah. Go ahead, Levi.
So ultimately I support as well, and the main thing I think that I would mention is that just because you're setting it over here doesn't mean that at a later date you couldn't decide to all of a sudden pull it back if you wanted to use it for whatever other purpose. So it's not, especially when you have to really go through the hoops to kind of use it, any piece of it anyway. So that's the main reason I'd support it. But also there's definitely those, pieces of property that, should they become available, can really provide some good value to Gray residents depending on what it is. So in those opportunities, being able to be nimble is important.
Mike?
And you know how I feel, but I'll tell you, that's exactly why people have said they don't want to do it, was because of what Levi just mentioned. We say we're going to use it for this, and then we might use it over here, so no, I do not support it.
I certainly think I expressed my opinion a minute ago, but I also would approve of continuing to establish this fund with increased monies from the general fund. And I'll just note that this $500,000 is an additional tax expense this year because it's money we've already collected. So it doesn't have an impact in that sense. So.
Wait a second. I thought you said it was, though, earlier, because I think Dan asked that question, and you said it was going to affect us. We're not shifting money, it's more money.
No, this isn't raising money. The question is a transfer from the unassigned fund balance, okay. And it uses the language that prevents it from exceeding the required balance. So if for some reason the balance did go down, the transfer could not take place. So it's not raising taxes. This does not affect the mill rate at all. If I may, Madam Chair, I just want to mention, so I forget what year it was, but one of the things that the town did was purchase the Gateway property,
2020, I think.
2020 across the street, and they borrowed money for that.
Yeah.
In the tune $600,000-700,000. That debt I proposed in the budget to pay off this year, 1 year ahead of schedule. And so should there be land acquisition required as part of the village transformation project, or open space, or funds needed for, if the town ever needed another facility or something, those funds would be set aside to be able to do those things. And to the point about being able to use them for something else, they wouldn't be able to be used for something else unless the voters approved it. So you would have to say, we would have to have a question, say 5 years from now, we've got too much money in the land acquisition fund, we want to use it for capital. We'd have to have a question that says, do you wish to transfer $500,000 or $1 million from the land acquisition fund to the capital fund?
Yeah.
And then that could happen. And so those are just 2 points I want to make. But if I also may, I just wanted to mention that at the end of the day, if the goal, I mentioned this as part of the regular budget presentation, is to reduce taxes, we can increase Article 12, which is the use of fund balance in order to reduce the tax commitment. So that number in fiscal year 25 was $1 million, and I developed a plan to step that down. But if the goal is these years are challenging and we want to reduce taxes, that could be used to increase. So I know that from things I've read on the school department's website about their budget, and the superintendent referred to this, I think they're considering what to use for fund balance, and I think they're looking at around $1 million. So we could increase that. I don't have the calculation off the top of my head, but if we increase that by $250,000, it would reduce the mill rate substantially. And so again, we would reduce the mill rate, but not knowing what the school budget is going to do, it wouldn't reduce the mill rate as a whole. It would just simply reduce the municipal portion of the mill rate. And I think at some point we should probably revisit our fund balance policy, because our fund balance policy requires us to have a percentage of the total tax commitment for the school and the municipal government. The charter actually says just the municipal tax commitment, but the fiscal or the fund balance policy that the town adopted a number of years ago says of the full tax commitment, the municipal and the school, where they have their own fund balance and they have their own fund balance policy. I don't think it's necessary. So that number could be a lot smaller, and we could use that for capital or things for a number of years.
Okay. How do folks feel about that, increasing that number? I mean, we do have a significant balance that's well above our minimums.
That's not what the people were asking.
No.
And so I just want to clarify that. That's not what they were saying at all. So that I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. Any other thoughts, Levi?
Yeah, I wouldn't be in favor of increasing that. And just one more thing when we're on the topic of the fund balance policy, because I would actually go the other way, whereas the policy is kind of the more widely accepted government. In general, you pretty much see it everywhere, where it's your total operating, not just the commitment. And the reason for that generally is cash flow. But I would be more in favor of going towards the policy rather than the commitment, because that's just what everyone does in the guidance that's out there with GASB and whatnot. So.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of would defer to the experts like yourself, Levi, on this policy, but I think stepping down the general fund is appropriate given the fact that we have collected too much in years past, but I don't want to become over-reliant on these funds as part of our budget, so I agreed with you stepping it. I know it was $1 million last year that we used to transfer and reduce the tax rate, and this was $750,000. I think it's appropriate to make those steps so that we are not overly reliant in the future, personally. So I'm comfortable with keeping it at the current level.
Yeah.
So lastly, I just want to touch on wages because it came up a lot. Personally, I know Mike has done a lot of work on, staff morale and improvement, and also just analyzing, as you were saying earlier, you did a lot of assessments about comparatively to the towns around us and just like our average. People made the point about how there's other reasons to work here, our benefits are good, but ultimately a paycheck is important to people, and I think we need to be remaining competitive, and I'm comfortable with having our salaries reflect that competitiveness locally. So, but I'd like to hear from other folks about whether we feel we need to make adjustments.
The only thing the two questions I were asked and I did not have answers for, number one was, why is Mike doing this? Why isn't our HR doing this? And the second was, can we see the data? And I couldn't answer them, either one of those. So those are the two questions that I think a lot of people had that were not here tonight.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Do you mean why was Mike doing the analysis versus our HR?
Yeah, that's a function of HR, yeah.
Okay.
So that was the question they asked me, and I'm just telling you that that's one thing they did ask, and then the other was, can we see the data? I want to see the data where it shows the towns similar, not going to South Portland, not going to Cape Elizabeth, going to similar towns like ours. Can I see that data to show that? Because I think if we could show them that data, then we could prove to them that, the HR person that worked that's been here this many years, that's been this, and I'm not picking on John, I'm just using that title. If we could show that data, it would support that, and I think that's a fair question to ask.
Is that something we could provide as part of this budget information?
So I can work to assemble one, as I described when I presented the budget as a whole. When that question was asked, was when I was looking at public works positions and looking at where those were placed. I went to certain websites, looked to make sure our range was within theirs. I didn't assemble a spreadsheet to compare our wages to theirs. I looked to make sure certain positions we were within their ranges. At the end of the day, if I assemble that data, I think some of the folks that are concerned with it might not agree or believe it. And so, and then we're going to continue to question what communities we should compare ourselves to. And so if I compare us to, Yarmouth, Cumberland, Falmouth, and maybe Wyndham, which are similar sized communities around us, versus comparing it to New Gloucester or Raymond, which are much smaller communities that have very significant difficulty keeping their positions filled. We have a number of people that worked in New Gloucester Public Works that work for us, so their wages were even less than what our minimal wages were as part of the current budget. They left to come work here, and the benefits are different, very much challenging there as well. So I can work to assemble a spreadsheet. It's a lot of information to gather. I need the cooperation of other municipalities to give me their pay ranges and things of that nature and compare them. From what I have looked at, we are still going to be below some of our neighboring communities in a lot of the positions.
Then let's show them that,
And
show them the
so,
data.
yeah.
Right? That's all I'm saying, is that, and that's the big question that came to me, is that if you guys are saying this, because I'm in the same boat as you, right? They're saying, you guys are the board, and you guys are saying this person deserves this kind of raise. Where's the data to prove it? Where's the data? And I don't have an answer. I would much rather go back. Data means everything to me. I would much rather go back and say, this is why. This is why we're doing what we're doing, and then, Mike, if they want to complain that you use, Falmouth, then they can do that, but at least let's show them the data of similar sized towns with similar sized tax revenue is doing those things, that ours, all that stuff is similar, that's all.
I'll try to get those similar sized towns to provide me that data. And like I said, I'm fairly confident it'll reflect that. But one of the challenging things that the transition to this wage scale has is we're recognizing we take a base pay and you ramp that pay up for years of experience. And so if someone was at the base pay and they have 30 years experience, they go to the top of the scale. And so that's why a lot of these are high, because a lot of the people that work for the town are at the top of the scale. And one of the things we even ran into with our fire department is the scale that we established for our regular firefighters reached almost the same as our administrative staff. So our administrative staff was making just a little bit more than the frontline staff, and so we need I needed to make those adjustments. But I'll study, and then I'll explain why I did it. Is that the charter and personnel policies say that the town manager is to establish a wage scale and wages, and so that's why I did that. I didn't task that to the HR director. Our staff here, as I've mentioned before, is stretched very, very thin, and we're working to work with what we have in many cases. And every staff person will agree, the last thing I want to do is throw a responsibility on our HR staff or throw a responsibility on our finance staff. I take a lot of those things on, and I spend hours. I don't work just 32 or 36 hours like has been suggested. I invest that time to ensure that work gets done without overburdening our other staff, because I know that they're working on things. So I took that on, I did that analysis, I put that scale together, and that's why it was reflected in the budget the way it was. It wasn't from the departments, it came from the manager. And I've even been strategically concerned, and we've had conflict amongst staff, because staff have seen wage increases and concerned about why they're getting this and why who's getting this and all these types of things, when I haven't communicated the wage changes to staff, because I don't want to provide a false sense of hope. I don't want to provide them information that very well could make cuts, and then that affects employee morale. So I just put the numbers in the budget, and people have taken an opportunity themselves to analyze it. Folks have decided to publish it on social media, and that information really affects, employee morale. And, if I have to make reductions, I know it was suggested that was disrespectful that I said that, but if you guys tell me today, adjust those wages, I'm going to adjust them. It's my job to propose to you a budget and wages and expenses that I feel is best to support the town. That's what the charter asked me to do. That's what state law asked me to do. That's what you guys asked me to do. So that's why I proposed the budget that I did. If you want me to change it, there's other items on the budget that you wanted me to change. You wanted me to change library books. You wanted to change how law enforcement's handled. All those things outside of my proposal, that didn't disappoint me. Those didn't upset me. I work for you guys, and I do what you ask me to do. So if you ask me to make those changes,
we're just asking for the data, right?
But I'll work on gathering some data.
And that's consistent with the way we've done in the past when we've adjusted, pay scales and things like that. Is that we've really, like I said earlier, sort of benchmarked against those towns, recognizing that we can't just compare ourselves to New Gloucester and Raymond. It's not just the size of our town, it's also our labor market that we're part of, that we need to be cognizant of. So,
right.
Yeah.
And I don't think we're suggesting you have a comparison to 20 towns. I think just a sample size that will give some context to the people.
I will do my
looking.
best to assemble some data.
And I would think, Mike, you'd have that data already, because you're saying that you've already used. That's why I'm a little confused, because you kind of.
He did the work, but he didn't record it.
I didn't assemble a spreadsheet. I went on Wyndham's website and I looked to see what they pay their public works people. I went on Cumberland's website. I looked on those websites to see, okay, I'm good on this position. I'm good on this position. I didn't create a spreadsheet because I also don't know how accurate the data is on their website, whether that's the current budget cycle or the previous budget cycle. Wyndham has a lot of information. I don't mean to pick on Wyndham, but a lot of information on their website about wages, but it's fiscal year 24 wage information. There's not fiscal year 25 wage information, so I'd have to get that from them and ask them to assemble.
Well, even if you're using FY24, if we can see if we're aligned or we're significantly lower. So, I mean, that's
Well, if you look at Wyndham's fiscal year
ago.
24 data versus ours, we're below.
Yeah.
We're still below.
Okay.
So.
Well, I think just having, just because,
the data.
much of the room was concerned, as are some counselors, I think just having some context for people to review would be helpful. And I apologize if that's added work.
No,
but I think it will help us move
happy to do it.
move this budget forward.
Can we make sure when we do that too, that like for example, the Wyndham, piece of it, because we are working 40 comparably. So I think that's an important piece also to keep in mind as you're collecting that data, because you can kind of draw some additional conclusions as well, by that comparison. Same with duties. I mean, there's a lot of variables obviously in the comparison. So, but the more information that you have in it, no one's going to agree no matter what. Like you put it out there, but at least there's something that we can come to a consensus here and hang our hat on.
Yeah.
I'll just share that every employee in the town, every department works 40 hours except for the town office. And I can assure you all the salaried employees work at least 40 hours, if not more. So we're really talking about a handful of employees that work 36 hours.
I think there's a lot of work that's done when the office doors are closed that people aren't visibly seeing. So, and that's true in any job.
The one thing that's one of the things I'd love to clarify, because I get so many people that call me and say, Mike, they say they're working 36 hours, but it's only if you actually take an hour lunch, they're only working 32. So I don't know how to respond to these, and I'm not asking you to. It's just something to think about as we're talking to people, because that is a comment that I do get quite a bit, is that, that these hours are only 32 hours, if they're taking an hour lunch every day. And we don't have to talk about that today. It's just something I hear all the time, and I don't even answer it, but I do want to let you know that it is out there.
Just given the time, I want to wrap this up, but I think we had a couple takeaways. I think we, have, had some debate on what was discussed here and presented by the members of the community, so I think that was valuable. I do see on our agenda that there's a proposed motion for approving the warrants tonight, but we're not doing that till next meeting, right?
Well, so it's a 2 reading item, so you can make a first reading of it with the suggested changes, because at this point, the only thing you've asked me to change on the budget warrant is the law enforcement. If there's any budget numbers that you want reduced or anything of that nature, if not, then it would be fair that someone make a motion to approve the warrants as presented with the suggested changes, and as part of our next meeting, I'll have the draft I'll have the final draft that has the information.
So that's just a motion on this first hearing, because then we'll have a second vote.
There'll be a second
vote
reading.
as the final, second reading and final vote. Okay.
And so if at the second reading, the council wants to make any other changes, we have to evaluate whether or not they're substantive enough to
have another hearing.
Yeah, to have another public hearing. I know that there's a timing to order ballots and things of that nature, so if there is any desire to change amounts or change any other things, I hope that we could maybe talk about those today. I know you said it's getting late, but we want to try to have...
Yeah, I guess we should just finalize that thought. We've asked Mike to make changes on the language for the warrant around the law enforcement, but we haven't asked for any monetary changes. So are folks okay with, or at least the majority of us okay with moving forward as is, or do we want to?
I don't have any changes to propose at this point.
I don't either. No, Levi, no. Mike?
No.
No, okay. All right, so I'm looking for a motion for this first reading for the Greytown Council to approve the FY26 annual town meeting warrant articles as presented and amended.
With the suggested changes.
With suggested changes to be held on June 10th, 2025. And just a note, we will vote on this again as a final reading at our next meeting on April, what is it? Next meeting?
15th.
15th, thank you. So I'm looking for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion Ann, Levi second, and I'll go to vote. Ann?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Mike?
No.
And I am a yes, so that is 3-1, and we will vote on it again next meeting. So per our agenda, I am going to open it back up for public comments. We have a second public comment period. This would be I'm going to hold you to 3 minutes on this one, so if anyone would like to come up and make a comment, you're welcome to do so. Okay, I will close public comment at 10:04 p.m. We don't have any current new referrals, and there are current referrals from the council listed on here. Our upcoming meetings are noted. There's no executive session tonight, so I am looking for a motion to adjourn at 10:05 p.m.
So moved?
Second.
Motion Ann, Levi second. I'll go to vote. Ann?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
I'm also a yes, and I just want to thank everyone for hanging with us tonight. I think it was important to go through this process. Have a good night.
Are you able to sign?
Sure. I am able to do that.